Welcome to Shroud of the Avatar's release 136 live stream. Each month, we will have a live stream the day after we publish the major update, at least most of the time. I think in the coming months, we might have a few separations there because of scheduling. But this month's update is release 135. That's 135, no, 136 straight months of updates without missing a month. Although we might have changed day once in a while, but still do it in a month. Shroud of the Avatar is a free-to-play online game with over 400 scenes to explore. Follow us here on Twitch at /Shroud of the Avatar, Facebook /Shroud of the Avatar, or via RSS on our website, shroudoftheavatar.com. We have at least one live stream a month, providing updates on game development as well as upcoming events and sales. Today we'll have at least 2 prize name giveaways per hour. To enter, type the phrase "Hop into April" into any in-game chat, including whispers, or make a purchase on the website. Players can enter the phrase at any time during the day of the live stream, of the scheduled live streams. Well, even unscheduled ones, but then you wouldn't know, right? If you read the release notes, which were released last night, then you would have known the phrase, and you could have entered the phrase in at 12:01 a.m. Central Time, and it would have counted. But since you're here now listening to my voice, hopefully, while the live stream is actually happening, go ahead and type "hop into April" into any chat in the game, not in Twitch. It's not going to work there. So let's see. Maybe I'm a little bit better when I improvise. Let's do a round of two. Okay, so we will add a round of additional prize drawings for each hype train level completed by the folks who are watching the stream in Twitch. So start cheering, guys, and get those hype streams going. Get some more prizes. Let me see. Okay, so I am Ravalox, also known as Stephen Reinen, lead developer. I call myself the chief cook and bottle washer for the game. And with me is nobody at the moment, but Scotty is, I think he's on the road heading back to his house. Allium is taking the day off. I believe she's in chat, hanging out. So, a hype train. Basically, if enough people cheer with bits in the stream, then it will cause the Twitch to do a hype train. And every time a hype train level is completed, and I believe there's 5. Yeah, there's 5 levels of hype train, and if the bar on those fill up and you get to the 5th level, then we add literally 5 prize drawings, and there's 5 prizes per drawing, and we do those normally on top of every hour. So every hour the hype train is reset. So there's a probability there of getting a ton of prizes out of this stream. All right, so let's see here now. All right, there's a bunch of other stuff I normally would read off, but I guess I'm going to skip over that for now. We'll go back and circle back and get some stuff in there. Let's see, as of late, normally I was more organized and went into decoration station to show you guys what the prizes are and stuff. So sadly, that's not happening this time around, but we'll get back on track. As I said, if this is really just evidence that the team really works together well, and without the team, we're not very organized. So, Allium is incredibly important to the operation here. So, sorry about my disorganization. Okay, so just running around here on the overworld a little bit in first person. Okay, so now I see notes in the universe chat that the Atos buff is mighty. I'm heading over to Castle Atos. That's where pretty much everybody meets up while we're doing live streams. those who are watching and such and so on. And the more players that are in Castle Atos at the same time, there's a buff that you could get if you hop into one of the pools. I'll show you when we get there. That will gives you some bonuses that last for a number of real days, actually. So it's a good thing to have. Anyway, I'm not cheating. I'm not going to slew or anything. I'm actually going to run through the game and do this. Let's see here now. All right. So we have a bunch of stuff to talk about today. Actually, some good subjects. Some that may bore some of you. um, so you get a little bit more technical, but some that I'm sure you guys will want to know about. We have an event coming up, the 12th of April. We'll be doing an egg hunt. That'll be in Mount Madeir, which is a dev-run player-owned town we use for our events and stuff. That that's a Lainey. Lainey goes and sets that all up, and she's actually been doing it for weeks. Uh, Between that and her day job, because Lainey is she takes care of things for Shroud of the Avatar in the evening. She's our primary uh, customer support person, and so she's been overwhelmed. In fact, last month she did not get to deliver the prizes from the live stream prizes, and oh, I passed it. There it is. That's Latos. And by the way, I'm in first person mode on the overworld. You could double tap V, and that'll put you into first person mode, and then one tap to get back out. Excuse me. Normally you would be in a third person mode on the overworld. The scale is, the overworld is a little bit weird, so its scale is different and things like that. But I find it entertaining to go into first person mode and travel around the overworld. Um, yeah, so she's been spending a lot of time decorating and getting everything ready for the egg hunt. So she and some of the devs will be there for these events. On the 12th, we will have 3 different sessions, one at 9 a.m. Central Time, one at 3 p.m. Central Time, and one at 9 p.m. Central Time. This is to allow everybody around the world to be able to get an opportunity to get in there during their daylight hours, or waking hours, I should say, normal waking hours, because a lot of us are not normal and we stay up all night. But there'll be 1 hour sessions each, as far as everybody will meet up at a gazebo. When you zone in, you go to the gazebo. There's going to be a trail of, I think it's rose petals, that will bring you there, and then Lainey will, call the start of the event, and then you go run off, find all the eggs you can, and then it goes from there. Now, this is not just a go find the eggs and run back and collect collect the eggs and go back and report how many eggs you got and stuff. This is kind of a dangerous task because Mountain Deer has been, it's infested, or that's where the bunnies live. So the bunnies are not that friendly. So just be aware that there may be some surprise attacks while you're searching through houses and hills and stuff for eggs. It's actually quite fun. It's quite fun, at least it is for the devs, killing everybody. So, yeah. All right, well, here I come. I'm gonna go heading over to the courtyard. This is Castle Atos, so basically a hub where players can meet up. There's a training area in here. Let's see if I remember. Yeah, training area is over here. So take you guys on a little tour as we do this. And there's all sorts of facilities. You got a banker and other merchants and stuff, so you could come here to get things. And this is a training area here with practice dummies and archery targets and such. So the point of this is that there are two buffs. There's one buff that survives the scene, and there's a buff that doesn't. So what I mean by that is that there's this one pool, and oh, I'm on a new patch, so I'm like in an empty scene. Nobody's here. I'm a ghost. So this pool over here, you'll get a buff that uh, increases your rate of learning. So you'll burn up your XP, your stored XP in the pool faster, and you'll raise your skills faster while you stay in Castle Atos and do your training. So you could get the buff here, go over to the training area, and hang out. It's like going to the gym. And form parties. You could still do the party bonus. You form a party and everything, and you get a bonus to your XP and things. So then this one over here is the Blessing of Atos, and right now it's weak because I'm not in the same scene as everybody else. Uh, excuse me. But you'll see here you get bonuses to health, focus, and crit. Well, yeah, that over there. So and it lasts for 3 days total. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop on over to Castle Atos proper, so that way I'll help increase the bonus. The bonus level, I said, because I'm the only one in there, it was weak, but then you get more players in, and it goes up in steps up to a max. So the last thing, when I looked, it was mighty, and that means that we just actually based on the number I saw, it should be max now. So we'll see what happens when I get into the scene. So, all right, there we are. Run over to the and update my. So it's now at max. So the Blessing of Atos is at max. So anybody can hear this. Actually, if anybody's in game, go ahead and say that in universe. Let everybody know who's not here that they should come to Castle Atos at least just to jump into the fountain and go about their business. Do a friend. Okay. Hold on a minute. Okie dokie. So, with all that said, let's see here. Yeah, so don't forget about the egg hunt on April 12th. That's also in the release notes, which, if you're not reading the release notes, you really should. There's some good information in there every month, and gives insights to what the sales are and things like that. We make every effort to get the release notes published the day before the patch goes live. It's usually in the evening. But that's a best effort thing. So most of the time we make it, and sometimes we don't. But in the future, hopefully, we'll get to a point where we'll be able to get those notes out even earlier than that. But no promises. Our dev cycle is very tight right now, and I'm hoping to modify that. We'll talk about that as well. All right, so and of course after that, I also take the release notes and we smush them together into a different format and send them out via email as well. So if you're not subscribed to the Shadow the Avatar newsletter, you can subscribe by going to our main website, and there'll be a box on the right-hand side somewhere down there that you can click on and enter your email address in, and that'll add you to the mailing list. If you're on the mailing list and for whatever reason don't want to be on the mailing list, there's always an unsubscribe clickable link at the bottom of the email when you get one. So no need to even reach out to support for that. You could do it yourself, and it'll remove you from the list. But we do appreciate you being on the list, and this will give you insight as to what's coming up in the future. Okay, so um, that said, egg hunt. Okay, so yeah, there was something else I was gonna say there, but all right, lava pools. That's one that's been ongoing. Of course, we've been working on the lava pools, and sometimes I think that the player base are a bit psychic. Uh, this has actually happened a number of times. In fact, to a point that one of the members of the dev team last year insisted that we had some kind of a leak that somebody was talking about, like new things we were working on and things like that. That we because we want to surprise people as much as we can, but invariably there are data miners, and people who will go and check out what's in the game ahead of time, things along those lines, before it's released to the player base. Um, but we don't share a lot of information with the players as to what we're working on. We have actually strict rules about that. So even when we're hanging out as friends, because we are friends, a lot of us, we hang out in Discord and we talk to each other and have other people around us who we have friends and things along those lines. Um, we don't we try not to talk about business, and we don't talk about things that are you know privileged, as it were. So when people go out and say stuff about things, it's literally a coincidence, um, or they went in and started looking into the data files and things like that. In any event, we had been working on the lava pools for some time because they were broken, and I mean, well, they've been screwed up since they were created, and a lot of work has been done on them, a lot of iterations, modifications, um, and I mean, I even got to a point where I have new versions of the lava pools that are slated to go in, but I didn't want to release them until we could fix all the issues. So basically, what where we are now is that I rebuilt them as the what what word? Okay, so sorry, everyone. So usually Allie watches this for me. um, the volume is going up and down. Is this any better? Maybe my mic placement. Oh, friend? Oh, they don't. Oh, yeah. Friend is the thing that you have that usually doesn't have anything to do with work, but my life is my work. So anyway, yeah, that's all right. Got it. Um, yeah, I'm a nerd, so I don't get jokes sometimes. Uh, where was I? Oh yeah, lava pool. So basically, this time around, this was what last month. I had I had actually done a test, rebuilt the medium one, and was testing that for a couple of months and trying to resolve issues. I ended up rebuilding all the different VFX layers. I mean, uh, I could, well, I could, and I will. I'm going to show you real quick, um, if I could do it real quick. See, I think I have a. Yes, I do. All right, so see here if this goes. All right. Oh, yeah, there you are on screen. Okay, so basically, let's bring up one of the lava pools. Hmm. All right, so you see this one here. Well, you probably can't read the words anyway, but this one's the original. Safety first, right? So I save the original stuff before I rebuild anything, and then eventually I'll go out in there and delete it to save space in the project. So here, well, here's a small one. It doesn't really matter what size we look at because they're all the same now. And get this to be bigger if I can. This is our development environment. So as you can see here, if you see these green lines, basically, even in the fit for the fishing aspect of things, there are different um, sections to it all. And I will tell you right now that these things on the original one were all messed up. They were all in different places and not the right heights. I'm going to try to go into a place where I'm assuming you guys can see the little thin green line there, right? Um, and I think I could. Oh no, that's not the right one. Yeah, here. Yeah. So I do this. Nope, can't do it that way. All right, never mind. Well, you could see all the different sections and heights and everything, and they were overlapping each other. They weren't the right height. Some of them were even below the ground. It was a mess. And I think that's part of the problem. So I cleaned all that up, rebuilt it, refactored everything, and then also the cistern or pool tub, whatever you want to call it. This was originally stolen from one of the scenes that was never meant to be in players' hands. I've said this in the past, so sorry about repetition. And so it wasn't made correctly. And that's not anybody's fault because it does. They don't. The items that are in a scene or a zone as you travel around the game don't have to have the same structure and criteria as the ones that we give to players to play in the sandbox. So this had to be rebuilt, and Scotty went in and redid the mesh for it. Um, and I think I could maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I could actually show the mesh. I mean, I can, but I don't remember exactly how these. I don't usually do that myself. The mesh is too uh, confusing to look at when you have complex things like houses. It's like you're in spider webs. But as you can see here, this is pretty simple as far as the mesh is concerned. And this isn't technically the mesh. There's more lines on the mesh, but this is pretty close to what it is. It's Anyway, so the old one didn't have this, and that was a problem. So I fixed all that up, got that going. Scotty did the mesh for me, and then I created the small and large versions because that in itself was another problem. We had you guys probably remember hearing us talk about big box syndrome or big box disease or whatever, where there's an old bug where you try to spawn your pet on your property, or if you logged into your property, then you'd see your pet bounce out of your lot and even show up on a neighbor's lot or something. And this was because there's an invisible collider or hitbox around every uh, object that you place onto your property or in your player-owned town that tells an NPC like a pet or literally an NPC to that it's there because as you can imagine, like seeing the Matrix, the NPCs don't know that the objects that you can move around that they're there. So we actually have to have a special script in there to say, the NPCs need to ignore that spot because normally they could walk across it. So in this situation, um, if the item is large and then we shrink it down to make it more into something that we could use on a smaller lot or whatever, the box for the NPC collision to NPC avoidance, we'll say, right, doesn't shrink because that's calculated in a different way. It's calculated based on the mesh itself, which is never really shrinks. It's kind of like scaling an image on a website or something. You can scale it, but the image is really still big. So that's what's happening here. And what we had to go in there and fix that type of stuff. So that was going on with the lava pools. So the large lava pool was causing all sorts of issues in the game. and we found a lot of those things and it fixed a lot of them since then, and even gained a better understanding of, as I just described, is exactly what the cause and effect is of it. So there's a bunch more stuff that's still in the game that actually does that, but it's not as noticeable because it's not, players haven't, well, either players haven't reported it. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that's probably still reported, or they're items that are normally placed in places where it's not going to be as obvious. But as we go through and we find them, then we fix them, and it's not too difficult to fix. Um, so the thing with the pools is that they are now rebuilt. They went into the game last month, and they are in better shape. I don't think they're perfect. Um, Nothing is ever perfect, sadly. Turn off that. Put that away. Um, but they're in much better shape. So corrected a few issues where they weren't working in dungeons correctly. You can now place them in dungeons where they do fit, and rotate them and do all the things. Um, and they seem to be working a lot better in the world. I've seen so far one um, report on the bug thread of an issue with, and I asked for an LOC for that location, and so I'm investigating that one to find out what's happening there, if there's something else specific. And my rambling actually does make sense eventually. So the lava pools can be affected by the big box thing if there's something else that's overlaying or overlapping the lava pool. That will prevent you from casting. It's the NPC avoidance volume, as it's actually called, uh, will affect NPCs where they could walk and affect like AOE type skill execution, VFX and stuff like that. So obviously, um, casting your rod for fishing creates a glyph showing you where your target is. That's VFX. So if this box is in the way, then you won't get the glyph. So that's part of the problem. So basically, we just got to keep on going out and looking, um, to to all the things. So yeah, whatever. Basically, if you do have a problem with a lava pool, please don't assume that we know about it, because at this point, with the rebuild of them from the ground up, uh, I'm considering that a reset. So basically, use the existing bug thread for it, but please update the bug thread if you still experience issues, and please be as detailed as possible as to what was happening, where you are, take screenshots, show us in the thread what items are around, and of course do the slash bug in the game, so you get an LOC, because you do slash bug in the game, that'll bring you to the forums, uh, post a new entry on the thread, and uh, do a control V to paste in the data that's now in your buffer from the slash bug, and that'll give us all sorts of data from what GPU you're using, to where you physically are in the game, the zone and the actual XYZ coordinates, so that way we could actually go there. And of course, if possible, please, if it's your own lot or whatever, please leave things the way they are, so that way we can go there and see and reproduce the issue ourselves. That is very helpful. To finding a cure to the disease, as it were. So, anyway, with that said, as I have one report that I still do need to go in there and investigate, and I just want to know if basically the issues are becoming rarer, or if that one report, and I might go there and end up finding that there's something nearby that has that big box and is interfering. So I'm hoping that that's where we are now. Once we get to a point, I'm going to wait a few months on the lava pools. But once we get to a point where we know that they are stable, that the rebuilds actually did do a thing, right? Then I will be going in and again with Scotty's help, creating new meshes for new styles of lava pools. The lava pools as they are were a quick fix, as it were. We say players wanted lava pools to fish in, and one of the devs on the team basically went in there and I said they stole the tub from one of the other scenes, put it all together, and the bottom line is that they're just monstrous. They're huge. They're some may even say they're ugly. So what we want to do is I discussed this with Scotty, and we both agreed, and I think most of you guys would too. That would be really great to have things that actually look like they're real lava pools. Things that would occur in nature. So we're going to make some fumaroles and possibly some other types of lava pools, assuming that we stabilize them and make sure that the bugs are eradicated or at least 99% eradicated. If it's one of those things where it's edge cases, then I won't worry about it. But if it's consistent, then obviously I don't want to perpetuate what is obviously a long-standing issue, and we will just shift. If we Again, I think the problem is either solved or mostly solved. So I feel safe in saying this, that if it turns out that we can't resolve the issues with the lava pools on in POTs and on player lots, then we will restrict them to basements and dungeons where they don't appear to have the issue, or at least didn't. Well, they don't now either, but there seemed to be a difference between the two. So anyway, hoping that that's all solved, and then we won't have to worry about them moving forward. But I will also be making a lava grotto dungeon room. In fact, I'm hoping to get that done this month, this sprint cycle. And uh, so let's see here. There's a bunch of chat stuff going on, and I definitely will need to get in here and look at some of that. But I need a drink. This is hard work. Yeah, so I think that pretty much takes care of the lava pools. Oh, well, just to say, and I have this actually written down, I ignored it. This month we released a new troll room, player dungeon piece, ancient stone troll room. Yeah. So this kind of goes into a bunch of everything's layered. So there's a room, a troll encounter room for players that you can. There's a recipe for it that drops. I'm assuming it's off trolls, and you can make that. And now we have added in the required recipes and the additional room to convert that room into a decoratable room version of it. So the troll won't spawn. We don't allow rooms to have spawns and player decorations at the same time. If it's not obvious, that's an exploit. So you could actually predict where the troll would appear and use lava pools to box them in or something, and then then just take them out without getting damaged. That's cheating. So we don't allow that. So the decorating version doesn't have a troll, and I took the lantern out so that way the players can decide whether or not they want to put lighting in. And I added decoration surfaces, things along those lines. The initial release, that's what the patch that everybody's talking about in chat is. There's a patch that's coming within a reasonable period after the stream ends. I just have to publish it, and then you guys can get it. There are only two changes in it. One is that the troll room that we entered in, the decoration services didn't make it into the initial build. So got those fixed, and you'll be able to place that room now and decorate it, including large lava pools, which is the roundabout way of saying that this is why I'm going into this. The largest version of the lava pool is so big I waited for the how big is it, so that it's so big that it won't fit into like almost any of the dungeon rooms. So the troll room is absolutely huge. In fact, the troll room is so big that the back wall of it, if you use connection number one, as you walk into that little stub hallway, the back wall is culled, so it's all black. That's how big it is. Um, and I'm going to have to make special adjustments on that room, just I think, to somehow to allow that back wall to be visible when you walk in. Um, Either that or it may just have to be black initially, but we'll see. But so point is that you can now put in a large lava pool in there and place it. I've even rotated and I was able to get it to place in several different directions. It's even for, I mean, a lot of you guys know how big that troll room. Even for the troll room, that lava pool is something of a tight fit. It's it's not. You'll get like maybe you could get two large lava pools into that room, I think, if you place them right. And of course, you could mix. You could put in small ones and large ones or whatever. But anyway, that room is there for you. So have fun, play, enjoy. Um, and so that enhances the functionality of the lava pools in the event that we still have enough bugs on the in the POTs and the lots that we have to take some action on it. But right now we're still in final debug mode. So as I said, any bugs, please report them. So that way we could see if we could knock down all the stuff on that and then move forward and add some more interesting ways to do lava fishing into the game. Okay, so finally, that's everything for lava pools. But I have more on dungeon rooms. I've been adding dungeon rooms. I'm trying for at least one dungeon room every month. Last month I added, I think it was a straight secret hallway. So there was basically instead of a T intersection, which is our normal one for putting in like where you go into a hallway, there'll be like a secret door. You hit the stone or whatever it is to open it, and then the secret door opens in the hallway and then goes off into a perpendicular hallway. Um, in this case, the new one I made last month is literally a straight hallway piece with a secret door right in the middle of it, so that way it looks like you're hit a dead end, and then you can continue through once you figure out how to open the secret door. Um, Last month, I was also supposed to add a breakaway wall, which was requested, I think, a number of times, and got that going, but found problems. I think I talked about it last stream a little bit, but hey, it's bears repeating. That uh, the mesh for that object, that piece, had a flaw in it, and it's that flaw has been there since its inception in 2014 or 2015, and it was not noticed for a couple of reasons. Uh, Players didn't have it for player decorations, so it wasn't a sandbox object, and so when it was placed into a static scene, the issues weren't as evident. Um, there wasn't a lot of manipulation of the object. As I said, there's higher standards for objects that we give to the players. And the other aspect is that Unity, which it was developed in, I think, Unity 5, either Unity 4 or Unity 5 initially. And Unity itself wasn't smart enough to know that there was this issue. And as Unity evolved in the newer versions of Unity, and the version that we're on now is able to detect the problem. In fact, it's the newest. Even though we have not yet gotten, and this is another subject, but we'll go onto separately. Even though we have not gotten to the current version of Unity, which we still intend to get onto. Can't walk and chew gum. Okay, so even though we haven't done that, we have been updating minor releases and things. So again, there's a long ass process involved with all this. I mean, last year I was updating hardware, and now I still have to update software. Our build machines are not on the same version of Unity that the developers are using. Not all the developers were on the same version of Unity, including myself. I'm guilty of that. So we're getting everybody to be on the same version of Unity, and Scotty is in charge of that effort. And
Yes.
welcome, Scotty. This is Scotty, Lord Nimrod himself.
Hello.
So
I'm so
I
sorry I'm running a little bit late. I had some guests here that I had to attend to.
No worries, no worries. I'm still in the middle of my uh, Shakespearean um, monologue here.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm. But so point is, and actually it's good timing because you were involved in this and you're aware of it. The breakaway wall piece apparently had, and it was actually 7 vertices that were, well, I guess we'll call them orphaned. I don't know what the Yeah, Scotty might be able to give us more detail on that as far as specifically what it was, but basically they weren't completely connected. So there's something called welding. When you make a mesh, if you make a mistake, you could do a process that will actually take all the vertices, the points where the lines change direction, and make sure that they're actually fully connected. And if you don't, you literally can have a hole. And believe the conspiracy theories. If a mesh in a 3D game, a complex enough one, has a few vertices that aren't connected, it will tear a hole in time and space and cause the end of the universe. So,
I can actually tell you why that error happened, and I wish I could say that it was rare. I wish,
mm,
but there's a reason why most games out there, most engines, um, have within their architecture a construct that essentially tries to check for orphan vertices and attempts to either destroy them, like remove them, or if it messes with geometry, it attempts to weld them to the nearest closest vert. And it usually does it within certain constraints, and there's a variety of other things it tries to do. Well, here's what it's really doing. It's trying to make up for something. And that something is an immense disappointment to all of us who have to work in asset creation, in environment art creation. And that is most most of the programs that get used to produce art, like the kind that go into the 3D objects for a game like this one, have problems doing a certain task, and it's very well known. And that task is called Booleaning. The function to Boolean is a function that allows you, and by the way, 3D Studio Max is one of the worst culprits in this case, as far as I know. Although I have heard that more recent versions of Max have a better time doing the Boolean operation than it did before. But sadly, we are not able to use those versions, those newest versions of 3D Studio Max. We have to use older versions, antiquated versions, to allow for assets to be created that can be taken into our older version of Unity. But even be that as it may, I mean, having the newest, most best version of a piece of software is not always easy. And so we have older versions of Macs that we use that were paid for back in the old days when we first started the project. And of course, that's back when we were also, you get to a certain point where you lock the code, right? Where you sort of lock things down and you say, yeah, it's being locked and we're not going to do any more and we're not going to get new versions of Unity and blah, 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 blah. But that wasn't necessarily um, appropriate planning for the future. That's actually old school thinking, and that's usually where you're not doing a constantly updated game, and you're doing a thing where you lock the code for a specific type of architecture at a certain time, and then no other code gets changed, and then you quote unquote ship the product. Well, that's not what happens with online games these days. And so the understanding that we were going to lock it one day was kind of a foolish understanding if we, ever wanted to keep things updated to the newest Unity, the newest Max, the newest Photoshop, all the newest software that we want to try to use. Because of course they try to fix things like Boolean. And by the way, here's what Boolean is. A Boolean operation is an operation that allows the artist to intersect shapes and essentially cookie cutter out those shapes with a lot of different choices that you can make. That includes things like, here's like the two flat planes that represent walls, right? I'm going to shove another smaller tunnel through that, and I'm going to tell it to Boolean out that shape. And I'm going to pick the selection that says, oh, when you Boolean out that shape, actually build geometry that seals up the hole between those two planes to make it look like it's actually like, burrowing through a wall. So there's a lot of different parameters you can set for the Boolean operation, but it's basically a really advanced cookie cutter for 3D geometry and meshes. The problem is the old Boolean operations, which I'm sure, are the same thing that I ended up having to use to cut holes in these walls, because these are dungeon pieces that are meant to be solid, made of solid stone, right? Even though they're paper thin in reality. And I had to set up a thing where there's these hallways, and it looked like there were walls in between that got basically chunks removed out of them to make it look like a hole was burrowed through it. And so that became an obvious use of a Boolean operation. Problem with Boolean, though, is that the code that tries to create new polys or it tries to cut holes, it creates orphaned vertices all the time. And you can't always know when it's going to, and it's really hard to sometimes see them. And in fact, in this particular case, it was easy to go in and delete what looked like orphaned verts along edges, right? Because you have vertices that are then conjoined by lines, which are edges, and then those edges can then join up with other vertices and then create polygons. Well, those edges, it's easy to see when there's an orphan vert along an edge. It's not easy to see when it multiplies verts in the same exact coordinate space. It just looks like one vert. But if you selected that one vert, it would say there were 3 or 4 verts there. Well, unfortunately, the Boolean operation does that too. And when you're dealing with complex geometry, it's really hard to go through and find every single vertice. And so I had to basically hunt through and find all the different vertices that look like they were doubling up. And then I had to weld them. And the weld is another operation. And it sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. And so when you weld, you can either weld selected, or you can try to select everything and weld them all at once and hope. And you can set parameters that tells it to weld by only up to a certain degree and distance from one another. And you can do all of that blindly and hope that it gets them. And and so I think what was it, 2 or 3 times that I exported it after I tried to weld before it finally got one that went through. And then I had to just sort of spot check, and you kind of spot check by selecting what looks like a single vert and seeing if it's actually 2 or 3 verts together. So we went through the process until we finally found that issue, and finally it exported without like throwing off the same error we were seeing, which I don't even remember what was that error called?
Huh. It was an infinite loop.
Infinite
Um,
loop, which
yeah.
doesn't tell you anything really.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, no, there was a little bit more to the error. I'm trying to remember the exact friggin' wording. But I mean, when I when I started this and said that it could cause a tear in time and space, I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
If it
in
wasn't
in the
for
reality of the game.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that Unity itself has like some safety catches built in, it detects the error and it avoided the infinite loop from occurring. So basically, before that type of protection is in place, um, what would happen is you would crash the desktop. So, I
Mm.
mean, it would fill up the memory and it could literally crash your entire computer because it's using up all the memory in your machine. That's literally a memory leak, and it's the worst kind to have because it happens so quickly. It's not like one that happens over time because I mean, we could get into a whole bunch of stuff there, but basically, memory leaks come in 2 styles. One is where a developer uses a variable, like let's say, just something about your state in the game. Like if you're doing an emote. right? And then when you stop doing the emote, they fail to clean up that variable in the end, and it uses up more memory. So every time you do the emote, the program doesn't, the script doesn't know that that variable was there, so it does another iteration of the variable type of thing. And this is a very specific situation, but it's the best one to use for as an example. So basically, every time it builds up more and more copies of these old orphaned or defunct memory space. It's not really being used anymore. It's never cleaned up. So that will cause the client to gradually eat up more computer RAM over time, um, and then of course also make the game laggy and stuff like that over time. And every game has this. It just depends on how long it may take. If you run the game for 6 hours, 24 hours, or whatever, that you'll start to notice it. But um, the other kind is this, which is this infinite loop. And if there's an infinite loop that's not detected by the engine, then it will keep on doing its thing until there are no resources left and the machine just halts. Everything will just shut down. So the point is that this problem has actually been there. It's in the game, and
Forever.
it has affected performance, but the game is smart enough, the engine is smart enough to stop the game from eating up all the memory in your computer and crashing. Um, so basically, what it's doing is it's causing the GPU to keep on trying to render. It just keeps on thinking there's more stuff to draw when there's nothing there. That's the infinite loop. So anyway, with all that said, we found that, we fixed it, and while we were in there, or this is really all Scotty, but so while we were in there, because I had already noticed the thing, and actually the players, I'm pretty sure. Well, see, here's the thing. This issue has been there since 2015, literally since April of 2015. Um, the textures on that dungeon piece where you could break the wall away uh, are were bad. They were tiled incorrectly, so they didn't match the mesh. And if you looked at specific angles, you could see weird floating artifacts and pieces of brick, um, and the brick was like shiny. I mean, it looked like there was this black icky wet stuff all over everything. And as I think most of the players in the game thought this was intentional, at least the wetness part, to give players a hint as to where the breakaway wall was. Well, that's not the case. So after all
Well, I
these
wish I would have
years,
known. I wish I
yeah,
would have known.
I know
Because I
there's so many
cringe
things.
knowing that it was wrong all these years, and I can tell you why. I can tell you what happened. By the way, before we get too far,
Oh yeah,
sometimes, there's a prizing thing that needs to happen,
yep. And I
but
put out a notice in the game, so we'll start running it.
B also, and this is me, this is my Luddite side talking here. I know um, there's a way to invoke the little window that also lets me see chat happening on the side. How is that?
Oh, where, you mean in the meeting that we're in?
Well, not the meeting that we're in. There's like a window that often has like it shows the streaming happening as
Right,
well.
right, right. Yeah, so that's you go to
Dialogue.
yeah, you open up your browser, you go to the website for Twitch, twitch.tv/Shroud of the Avatar, and just make
Oh,
sure you mute it if you
okay.
do that, and then that'll let you see the chat. And yeah, that would be helpful because I'm I I see that there's a lot of stuff, and I will scroll back.
Oh,
We
thank you.
will address your questions. What?
Oh, uh, uh, I was given. Someone was kind enough to give me the uh, the Twitch stream thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yay!
Yeah, now everybody's getting there like busily trying to clean up what they were saying about you.
Ah,
All
that
right,
was
yeah, let
easy.
me all right, we're drawing the prizes. I did post something in game um warning everybody, which of course we're now 8 minutes overdue
Oh goodness.
to run that. Um but overall not too bad. It's only 5:03. Um where the hell's my I need to find the right browser to do this. Okay, here we go. My ears are itching me for some reason. All right, pricing. All right, running the prizes.
And is that under live streams or where is that?
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, in the live streams channel.
Okay.
Yeah, everything while we're in the live stream, we do all the stuff in the live stream channel. Yeah. Okay. And doing the second one. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so we I mean just to summarize it for the moment, we fixed the we fixed the textures on it as well. And then now the room is working, so it's been released this release. And it happens to be one of the prizes. Excuse me.
And of course, some aspects of these things never became apparent to us until we needed to offer them as player dungeon pieces. And so
Exactly.
then
Right.
stuff just popped out of the woodwork. And like I was saying, I can tell you why it happened. It happened because at some point in time, way back in the days when Hutch was still the art director, way back when we still had offices that we worked out of, there was a push to improve the graphics of the game, and so it was a very good-hearted push. Everyone's heart was in the right place.
Well
Um,
intended.
it was very well intended,
Yeah.
and because I personally, though I had made the dungeon set originally, though I personally would have been normally the one to have done it, I was busy working on maps at the time. In fact, I think I was in the middle of building Xenos. And if not Xenos, I was working on building Artifice, which was the dungeon associated with Xenos. And so, because I had my head deeply entrenched into world building and actual map building and such, they had another artist work on it, and so and it was a big deal. I remember at the time it was a very big deal, and they talked to me about it and made sure they were going on the right path. But as Ravalox now knows, the each dungeon set is an incredibly complex set of pieces, all in one file that with hundreds of pieces that it gets exported at one point in time as a single FBX, which contains all the sub FBX meshes inside of it, which are individually set up as prefabs for each and every single dungeon piece that exists. And that is there's a similar file for all the sewer pieces and a similar file for all the cavern pieces, because they all have the same sort of paradigm of shapes that they use to allow the world builders to build in the area. And the cool thing about that is that it lets you kind of export everything at once. But what we did not know and we did not foresee at the time was that there were problems that occurred with a complex file like that. Sometimes it freaks Unity out. And Unity looks at that giant file and it sort of swizzles up the material IDs and causes one type of material to draw in a different material slot instead. It'll just switch things out. And so they discovered very quickly that they had to go through and look at every piece and make sure it all looked good. But again, we're talking hundreds of pieces. And so what ended up happening and what ends up happening in Unity, which is another issue, of course, with Unity, is that sometimes the interfaces for the materials are very delicate. And so back then, there's some safeguards in place now that make it a little harder to do that. Like unless you actually change things, it doesn't necessarily check it out. And if it's not checked out, then you can't accidentally click on something and by chance it happens to change a parameter. Back then, it was very, very easy to accidentally change a parameter because you're clicking around and there's a slowdown for a moment, and suddenly the mouse happens to click or think it clicks in a place where there's a number, and that number magically, or what's worse is that beside numbers, which you'd have to type in by hand, that makes it a little harder to make a mistake. There's spin wheels by those numbers too sometimes, and if a mouse thinks it's clicking somewhere near where that spin wheel is, then you can suddenly change from a 1 to a 2 very quickly. And when you're talking about a single texture tiling across an entire dungeon piece one time, if that number turns to 2, then suddenly it's tiling across it twice, which means that the texture map doubles up on itself. And when it does that, you get this weird problem. The same thing can happen with the shininess factor, because all it takes is one little checkbox accidentally getting checked, and now it's using a different paradigm for creating a look of specularity, which creates shininess, whether it's metallic or it's wet or whatever. And so at some point in time, something happened, and they were doing so many pieces that someone ended up accidentally moving mouse too fast, clicking something, there was a slowdown, and suddenly the thing thinks it's being touched or checked in some place it shouldn't. And on that one particular piece, not any of the others, but on that one particular piece, it doubled the texture map resolution, and a checkbox for the specularity got checked. And so now suddenly the whole piece looks like it's damp or wet, right? And because that unlike the rest of the dungeon pieces, which are used quite often, this one single piece doesn't get used very often, and it's often in the dark. And the idea is you're kind of going through, and you're not supposed to see it easily. And if they were not very carefully checking every piece, then this piece got basically left behind, and they didn't realize a mistake had been made. And what they were doing when they went through, and this is why it's so easy to mess up those numbers, those number designations, is because as it was, they were already clicking around in there trying to add detail maps. Because up until then, the texture maps basically made it look a certain way, right? Grainy or whatever, or depending upon the resolution of the texture map, it would look blurry or not, depending, right? Because we had limits back then to the size of the texture maps we were allowed to use. But what we did at that time, though, is doubled the size of the texture maps, and then we also added a crunchy detail map in there, so that no matter how far away you were or how close you were, it would always look like there was grainy detail in there. And so every single piece had to be touched, adjusted, and changed to allow for the use of the higher resolution texture maps, the new detail maps, and the specularity, because we also changed the nature of how specularity worked when we changed shaders back then.
Okay.
So all got touched, and that's why it happened, and this one piece got overlooked until today.
So, I'll touch on that for a second. Is that then there were continued cries about performance for like all through 2016, 2017, and in an effort to enhance the performance, some steps were taken that actually caused the graphics in the game to become blurry and less nice. Even after all that work to enhance them and increase them, somebody went and compressed them down to like 25% quality, and then also assumed that there was another setting that said what the max size that the image could be in the game. They cut those in half, all of
Oh,
them,
yeah.
thinking that that was going to, compress or something. But really, all it did was it said that, okay, here's an image that's, this size. I've been told that it can only be this size, so I'm going to stretch things. And I'm not even like, even if I did that in like Photoshop, it's not, it would should stretch it this way, but it ended up making it all blurry. And I really don't understand why, but the point is that found it, and I've been and most of the player base knows, I think, from all the release notes, because everybody reads the release notes every month, that I've been sweeping through, and as I touch things, like in February, I was doing heart cloaks and stuff, and I happened to, because we base things off of previous textures, I saw what horrible hatchet job had been done to the beautiful cloaks that were made, and I redid them. So the textures now, if you happen to have the original heart cloak or the hearts cloak, uh, go hang it up on the wall and walk up to that thing. You could now see. Before, you could not see the grain of the cloth. You could not. Things were not clear. Now, the fact that I think if I remember correctly, it was this one that it has a heart with an arrow through it is actually revealed through the proper normal. A normal show causes like a perceived depth to things that it now looks like it's a Sonon applique. I mean, it's really big differences, and I've been doing this for all last month. Between last month and this month, I did this to all of the dungeon walls. So the dungeon walls themselves all had this problem, including especially the normal was set up incorrectly. Where the way I described it is, it looks like somebody took one of those. Well, there's actually a brand of marker called Marks-A-Lot. It's kind of like like Sharpie, but it's meant for warehouse use and stuff. So it's really big, right? And it's got a big giant fat chisel tip on it. The bricks in the standard dungeon kit look like somebody took that and put marker over all of the mortar. And
Yeah.
it was just that between the detail maps and the normal maps, they were set up wrong, or well, I shouldn't say wrong, but in a bad way. So made adjustments, and really that big black stuff was shadow. It thought it was creating shadow.
Oh,
So
and it looked terrible. I'm
yeah,
like, yeah, I hated it so much.
right. And it's been like that for at least 7, 8 years. So um, I definitely see where people would complain and or think the game is horrible because of that. So guys, there are I mean, I've touched maybe 5% of the graphics in the game, and I'm continuing through as every month there will be updates to the game that will make this thing more and more beautiful. So let me pause there. We have plenty. This is a long stream. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. But we are way over now on our prize drawing. So let's give out these prizes, and because it's only a half an hour until we have to draw another one. uh,
Would you like to say the prize or the character?
Let me see. I'm going to cheat. I could do either one. I'll do the characters.
Okay. Okay, so and we're doing both of these, right?
Yeah. Oh, on that first one there, it's actually a set. It's the ears and the slippers. I didn't get a chance to go back in there and fix the text.
Oh, ears. So bunny ears and slippers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Uh, and I'm not sure. Okay, so well, so first of all, bunny ears and slippers. Those prizes go to.
Elwyn Moon and Merrick Dragon.
Ah, cool. Congratulations. The giant brown rabbit decoration pet goes to.
Radicus and Mikhail Rain,
And then we have the stone dungeon hall with the breakaway wall, T intersection.
as we were just talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the new and improved Dido and Mags.
Then we have the large cherry pavilion.
And this is an Allium creation.
Oh, cool.
I wish I had time that I could have set up all the stuff. I could do it during the stream here too, as we go along. This thing came out awesome. Pop Lancermane and Duke and Redhammer are the proud owners of that wonderful cherry pavilion.
I need to look at it. I don't think I've seen it. And then last but not least, we have the Elven two-story globe village home.
And that goes to, again, Radicus and Sumo.
Congratulations on both those things. I see
Yes.
Elven won something. Won the bunny ears and the
Slipper set.
to the slipper set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and by the way, you were saying Elwin about several things that were aspects of what we were talking about for the for what happened, and you were totally correct. That is exactly what was going on. The way that stuff worked is that the whole mouse coordinate when you get around to processing the event kind of thing. If there's any lag whatsoever, you can click on the wrong stuff super easily.
Happens all the
And you're
time.
also saying,
Yeah.
that the right way to save a mouse coordinate in the event of the moment is is received. But yeah, we were at the time still working with Unity to kind of get their UI down and pat, and it's not often done properly.
Yeah.
And it's so easy. It's basically that environment feels super delicate when you're trying to work on that kind of stuff.
Right. And the funny thing is that and this is going on in Unity, but the everybody who's hearing my voice right now will know that there is a program in your life that you touch that you know you have to um you have to baby it, right? So like these programs seem to have personalities, and whenever you have a program that seems to have a personality, where you have to know, oh yeah, but no, in this thing you can't push the program, when you're doing this thing or that thing, whatever it is, that's because of bad programming. Um,
Right.
and in this situation, if Unity has to go update something, which it does, often. Um, and it basically freezes up the interface and gives you a little like a swirly thing or whatever. But sometimes it doesn't give you the little swirly thing, and your mouse is like you're clicking on things, saying, "What the hell's going on?" The problem is that they're buffering that, and whenever a program goes to a subroutine or a function call where it's going to go through a loop, there's supposed to be two things going on. One, there's a command to give up ticks, CPU ticks, to the operating system, so that way, while it's trying to do a thing, that the end user can go use their computer and do other things, right? The other is that they're supposed to suspend accepting input, and they don't. So that's the thing that causes the mouse to accept the click, and then 30 seconds later, or whatever it is, a minute later, you find yourself with combining two prefabs together, and you're like, "What? How did that happen?" Well, that's because Unity's not programmed correctly. Um,
Right.
yeah, and it's literally one line of code, but it's one line of code that would have to be inserted for every function call that they go out to from the main program loop. And again, this is all programming shit, but it's really this is like when I grew up. I'm ancient. And when I grew up I started programming. I started programming when I was 11, and in the late 70s, actually. And it's we learned about all this stuff back then, but the advent of object-oriented programming, the more you get towards, oh, drag a thing in and it builds the program for you, the that knowledge is lost. That understanding of that level of the actual guts of the code is lost, and uh, sadly, it's a global problem. So yeah, and the more they use AI, guys, this is going to get worse. So have
Well, I
fun.
mean, but there's even problems which we're like looking at now to try to determine whether this could be the base of a problem that we're playing with now. As we're trying to get a weapon in the game, and weapons can be interchangeable left to right handed depending upon the nature of the weapon itself. And long ago, we'd understood that there was an issue in the game. In fact, I think this was discovered right around the time I was working on Xenos, because I decided that, oh, I want this one thing on one side, and then I also want it on the other, but reversed. And we didn't have a reversed version of it. So I thought, oh, wait, there's an easy way to do that. I'll just tell it. I'll just tell all of its features for that particular object to be reversed for a single instance of it. So I basically reversed all the things for it, which essentially turned it inside out and backwards. And effectively, what that should have done is just make it look like it was, flipped. Instead, and it did. To me, it looked perfectly fine until the game ran,
Yeah,
and then it had an issue. It had an issue that made it freak out, and bad things happened, and the gnashing of teeth and the lamentation. So it had to be taken out, and we had to basically just either put it back in, or I would have to remake the asset. So we just like kind of left it, and I'd moved on to other things at the time. Uh, and here we are at a point, even now today, where, despite the fact that they knew that, one of the things that was done is that, oh, we want to switch the weapon to the right hand to the left hand or whatever. Well, they reversed they basically made all the stats for it negative so that it looked like it was flipped. Well, that unfortunately might be invoking the same issue.
Yeah.
And so we have to look into that to make sure that it's not messing something up that we're just now looking into for a new weapon.
Right.
So,
So I could give some updates on this. And to be more clear, which I should really talk about this anyway, but um, again, so there's so much today. There's a lot. Um, we made chaos items. We have a chaos shield and a chaos sword. They're currently available on the website. If you purchase a 10,000 Kodo pack or a 6,000 Kodo pack, which is really 10,750 or 6,000, I think it's 300 something. But if you go up on the website, you will see banner ads that are temporarily up there indicating that we have a special running during our sale period this time. These two unique items. It's a Chaos Shield and a Chaos Sword, and I guess what I should probably, because I think they're in the game. Let me I guess I don't know. Yeah, I gotta give myself. I'll do it in a minute. Let me just ramble for a sec. Um, the Chaos Shield is octagonal in shape and actually has a rotating uh, emblem of the Chaos emblem. The arrows that go in all directions on it, and then the Chaos Sword has some Chaos varying special effects on it, and so on and so forth. And they both pulse in a purplish glow type of scenario. So the issue is that the sword, when we went to test it, when putting it into the right hand because the shield goes into the left, if I equip the shield and the sword, then the sword doesn't have the purple. It's just not there. And if I put the sword into my left hand, then it's there. And of course, normally shields don't go over into the right hand. You can't put them in your right hand. So I actually went in there and I did some messing about in the editor to see, and yeah, the shield lost its color when I put it in my right hand. So what it is, just to cut to it, so Scotty, this fills in the mystery. It's in
hmm.
the shader.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, it's because it's not just that this has been. Apparently, there is a Jira open for a bug with another weapon that if you are, I think it was a weapon. I don't remember. So Ali told me what it was. There was something if you put it in your right hand that the color disappeared. So yeah, and because I was experimenting and I changed the shader to the built-in standard shader, which of course doesn't allow color replacement, which is what we're using. And that then the colors were showing up on both hands. But the
Oh,
problem is for everybody to understand, if I use a standard, like out of the box shader from Unity, um, all sorts of proprietary, we'll call them proprietary, but unique portalarium, or well, that's back in the day when they coded it so it has a portalarium name on it. But Shroud of the Avatar specific shader, because almost everything in our game, and I have to stress almost because some things by mistake and some things on purpose are using the standard shader, but most everything in the game is using a specific Shroud of the Avatar custom shader um, to give a specific look and feel to the game. And the the shader itself adds features and functionality. One of those features is the ability to dye objects, so the players can dye them, and in some cases, and in other cases, the devs have to use the dye functionality to do things to items. And In this case, this is a dev side only thing because we would not allow metal to be dyed. That's another thing that coming down the road, hopefully, is because we've talked about it in the past, is metal tinting, which is obviously dyeing metal. So it's a different system because there's different shading involved. These metal, you wouldn't, uh, if you dye a piece of cloth red, it's going to be red. If you dip a sword into a red tint to make it red, it's going to come off to be kind of like a rose color or pink. And that's the aspect on that, is that when uh, eventually, there's no promises here as far as timing because this has been talked about for years. I remember Star talking about it on stream once, about doing a tinting system, and uh, eventually we want to get to that point where we'll have a new subset of dyes, so it'll be a new skill set, new crafting table type of thing. Um, uh, maybe use the same crafting table. I don't know, but uh, so in other words, you're not going to get rainbow dye onto a sword. That's not practical. So we're going to have a very specific palette for that. But anyway, I digress, as I often do, and I hope that's entertaining. So basically, in this case, we're using the dyeing system internally to apply effects, because the shader requires the color replacement, and this is actually this. I'm actually giving an answer to Scotty for a question that we both had earlier, as well as just explaining how it's working. But basically, to apply the pulsing effect onto those items that we have, you have to use the color replacement.
Mm.
That's part of that code, and you can't affect an emission. There's a subset, it's called emission, and have it pulse the emission without it being part of the die. Um,
Uh,
and I mean, I'm sure, as with everything in code in software, given enough time, money, and resources, anything can be done. That's an axiom. That's it's a rule that goes back to the beginning of software development, the history of software development. Um, but sometimes it's just not feasible. There's a diminishing returns, and so in this situation, uh, whoever programmed this directly tied that emission control to the die system, and I do not know how hard it would be to go in there, and this is all shader programming, by the way, to go in there and either disconnect it and or uh, you know duplicate it and make another aspect of it. So bottom line is that since it's only happening on the right arm, or right hand bone, I'm assuming, and I haven't looked at the code yet, but I'm assuming that there may have been a conditional statement that was supposed to have an or,
oh,
and it might not have had an or in there. So I'm hoping it's a simple fix like that. And if I can't, and I could do it, then this will fix a slew of bugs. And of course, then the sword will work in both hands. And it's only a visual effect. Nothing else is affected by that. Display as a deco item still works great, and everything does what it's supposed to do. Um, so I just saw something. It's funny. Um, where was I now? We were talking about. Wait, I'll scroll up. Yeah, okay, yeah.
well,
So,
you're talking about items themselves, basically.
yeah. No. So yeah, that's right. So I just wanted to touch on that because you had said about the switching hands. And of course,
Yeah.
the Chaos Sword and the Chaos Shield. Which next time you start talking, I will go and equip all that. But to show that off, and we'll talk more about that stuff.
Sure.
Set game. All right, good. All right. So dungeon room fixes. So basically, with the lava pools, new troll room. Going back to that conversation, the breakaway wall piece first. had to be fixed. This was supposed to have been released last month, but it had to be fixed for the regular game. The regular game, well, that's a weird phrasing, but the adventure zone dungeons, right? The adventure dungeons, the real uh, um, uh, yeah, dungeons, um, have these pieces in it all over the place because all of our dungeons, if you go to central Brittany and go into the sewers, somewhere in there you will find a connection where, and in most cases you have to break down the wall, which is this piece. In some cases there's some other ones, but where you do that and then you go through a series of tunnels that gets you to uh, Brecon Bay, or actually Brecon Bay is a bad example. I don't think it has one. But gets you to the next town, the next city, and into another underworld dungeon. So all of our individual dungeons in the game are connected um, on a continent. So on Novia, I'm going to say most, if not all, because it should be all the individual dungeons have some way to get to another one of the dungeons, and they're laid out in a big master map. If you were actually to go in there and map the whole thing like good old days in Dungeons and Dragons. Um, and I'm just going to make a side note here is that so all those dungeons on Novia are connected, all the dungeons on Hidden Vale are connected, and all the dungeons on Mistrunder are they're all supposed to be connected to each other within their own continent. Um, Not this year, but next year. My plan is to um, come out with a larger dungeon. I've kind of talked about this in the past a little bit. A larger dungeon that's at a lower level than all this stuff that will interconnect the underworld for all the continents and future continents as well. So it'll be a master um, labyrinth of dungeon, and it's got its own tech, its own rules. It's kind of like a sub game in itself. It's you could go in there and spend weeks in this thing and not come out. So that's the intention, and there's a lot of work that has to go into that. And of course, all these dungeon pieces have to be fixed before I can. Because I also need new dungeon pieces to do that with.
Oh, that's
Um,
interesting. I
so
just saw someone mention, Belladonna Rose mentioned there are no underground passages in Hidden Vale.
and if there aren't, we need to fix that. So
That's
yeah,
interesting. So wait, now when you say underground passages, do you mean there's no dungeons in Hidden Vale? There's no underground labyrinths of any kind?
well there's no like there's the Clink, which is a dungeon, right? But she's saying that they're not connected. Um,
Oh,
yeah, because what the hell's the name? See now, let me think here. Because was that the Red Sash Bandits, right? Which is the Owls. By over by Owl's Head, there's the was it the Owl's Head Mines or something? I can't remember the name of that. Owl's Nest. Yeah.
hmm,
Um, that I think if you go into the thing, you turn left, and when you go to turn right, there's a breakable wall there. Um, so that, some of them are connected. Um,
hmm,
so oh, okay, yeah. So it's yeah. So the thing is that, and that's why I said, at the end there was a little catch-all thing. It said they should all be, and if they're not, then obviously we just need to go in and set up some extra stuff to do it. So, but that was the intention. All of the dungeons on a continent were supposed to be connected to each other, so you could get everywhere across the map through the underworld.
right.
So,
Basically, the underworld, you know, quote unquote, like
yeah.
the underworld capital.
Yeah. Um, so anyway, so with the now that that piece is fixed, I got it in there, and I'm continuing to fix the pieces. So basically, what I found is that through the years of the player dungeon kit being developed, and I think there's 165 pieces in the set right now. They're not all
Oh,
built
in the dungeon set,
in the player dungeon set.
player dungeon set. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they're not all built the same. Um, this is a problem. They're all supposed to be on grid, and a lot of players know about that phrasing. But basically, the rooms are the original dungeon kit, not the player dungeon kit, but the original dungeon kit was made on a 8 meter uh, grid square, and um, the player dungeon started out using a lot of those pieces, and then some other custom pieces were made, which don't quite follow those rules. So for the most part, we are following an 8 meter thing. So all the hallway sections are 8 meters long, and the rooms are, when you see that the room is like 3 by 5, that's based on those, those grid squares. Um, although they're, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Why we chose 8, I don't know. It should have been 10, but I'm not blaming anybody. It's just that's those are better numbers to work with. So, but basically, what happened for the player dungeon is that one of the examples that's easy to reconcile is the spiral staircase. So one of the common staircases in the adventure zone dungeons is that you go up a staircase, you turn, you go up the staircase, you turn, you go up the staircase, and that's 7.5 meters tall. And you put two of them together, it's 15 meters. That's the separation height between dungeon levels in the zone in the adventure scenes or zones. And in the player dungeons, you guys have 5 meter tall staircases, straight staircase pieces that are only 5 meters tall. So you have the ability to actually do hallways. And if you wanted to do a labyrinth, you could actually do, hallways and stuff and have a 5 meter tall staircase and then have more hallways. And that would not ever be done in the zones because, in theory, because the rooms could conflict with each other, and it's based on this gridding that was um, agreed upon that you have X, Y, and Z. So the X and Y, at least it's probably really X and Z because game coordinates are different than what you would really do like in geometry. But the X and Y coordinates for in general are 8 by 8, right? So you have an 8 meter square. Then the Z, the height, is agreed upon to be 15 between levels, so that the rooms themselves would could be 8 meters high, or and then with adornments and stuff maybe leak into the realm of like 10 or 12 meters. But then that way there's some gap between that floor of the dungeon and the next floor of the dungeon. That's why it's 15. So it's a reserved space, or what I've been terming displacement. So the displacement rules in the player dungeon set are different than the displacement rules in the actual game's adventure dungeon set. So this causes a problem. And a lot of stuff that was built is not on the proper grid because the two sets don't match. And so we're going to go through and we're going to fix all that. But specifically, what I've been looking at right now is interconnection. So there's Z fighting, and if anybody doesn't know what Z fighting is, it's when two textures overlap each other and they start flickering, and
Yeah.
they're fighting because they're in the same. It's kind of like that vertices thing, but not as dangerous. Although it is constantly trying to redraw it, so obviously that's bad. Um, and this is all has to do with the placement collision and where those crossed hammers are on your player dungeon pieces. So basically, what I've been doing on the new pieces, I've been determining what the original standard was supposed to be, and I'm now going back and making sure all the pieces are on that proper settings, those proper grid settings, and that's an awful lot of work, but it's worth it because it will. There was and I think it's a bug that was actually filed in the forums, and I apologize because I don't know the details who it was and everything. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if we took it in and made a JIRA out of it yet. But I saw it because it involved one of the more recent rooms that I made, a T interconnection secret door, right? So basically, um, You would call that a straight secret door because it's the main hallway is that and has a secret door on the side, but then it has a perpendicular stub to it, right? So uh, for us, for our purposes, that's a T. And that one, if you put it in place, you have a hallway, you put the secret door piece in place, and then another hallway. Um, when the player tried to remove that and then put a uh, like a hall with a torch in it or something else like a false wall or whatever, another piece, it wouldn't go. And I might even have this backwards where they were trying to replace a hallway with secret door. I don't remember, but it wouldn't fit. And this is because the placement collision are not consistent on the pieces. So it actually, when they went to place the new piece, it thought that it wasn't going to fit, and it wouldn't let the person put there. So this is a big job because of how many pieces are involved. Because it's not just going in there and tweaking the location of that collision. I do have to do that, but then I need to take all the crossed hammers and basically delete them and rebuild them and put them back in to get them all in the right alignment where they are. I've improved the graphics on those. And once that's all done, all the pieces should snap together properly and not have gaps. Um, there's another one I saw where I think it was the chicken room where a player indicated and had pictures that they couldn't put things together and they had like a gap, a small gap like that, a sliver. I still have to look at that to find out exactly, why we got where we were there. And if like if the chicken room, which because the chicken room itself originally was built a long time ago, it may not be on grid. Because again, even though these kits were made to be on grid, when a developer, any of the devs go in to make a scene or a dungeon or a zone or whatever, they don't necessarily have to follow the rules. So things don't necessarily get placed exactly on the grid, and or they make custom pieces that the artists aren't aware of that end up shifting things to a half grid because they needed to do something unique in that dungeon, which obviously we want to be able to do. But when you start importing that stuff into player and giving it to a player as a for sandbox items, the sandbox items have to be exact. So um, we will be going through all that stuff, and just like other things like houses and things, there are some things that we could fix without causing a problem with existing construction. So if you've made a dungeon, and if Flair was here, she'd be screaming at me right now about breaking her dungeon. But basically, like say the chicken room is probably a good example. If I go in there and I determine that uh, I or somebody else screwed up and that the chicken room hallways are not exactly where they're supposed to be on whole numbers, then that needs to be fixed. But anybody who's placed a chicken room and made it an integral part of their dungeon may end up getting Z fighting or worse, um, gaps where the void, just the blackness can be accessed. Um, so have to be careful about that. And when I run into those types of pieces, if I run into any of those that are that bad, then we'll talk about that specifically when it comes to those points. And more than likely, what we'll end up doing is retiring the old piece out of the store or recipes or whatever, replace it with the new piece, and put an NPC in the game to offer a swap out, so you could swap for the new piece. So that way your geometry won't be intruded upon without you knowing about it. That way, there's some warning involved. But that's kind of a standard thing for us to do now for those sorts of things. So we are definitely at the point where we need to do another drawing, and I need to scroll back on this chat and start answering some questions. Plus the fact that I still have at least 3 more things to talk about, maybe 4.
But by the way, well,
Yeah.
I wanted to mention something because I actually have a visual of it. I can show you all. But uh, remember before I was saying, yeah, our dungeon pieces, we have like a couple hundred of them or whatever. I just looked in the file because I kind of wanted to see. Now this I will say that we have at least 100 pieces, because if I look at the number of selected entities, because this is also including things like decoratable walls and floors and ceilings too. So I kind of have to like, I can probably count those out of this, but there are 830 entities selected inside of the scene when I look at the port dungeon set. And this is just the dungeon set. This is not the sewer set, and it's not the cavern set. It's just the dungeon set. 830 entities. And that's 830 entities that have to be exported each and every time a change is made to any of the individual pieces that make up our dungeons. Yay!
Yay! Now I'm going to take that one more step further and explain something, because this is actually part of this whole dissertation. Did you guys know, you get one half of a CCU for this live stream?
What does that mean? CCU?
College credit unit.
Oh, well, and it's not far flung to say that you might be able to, because a lot of this knowledge that I'm discussing here is stuff that I literally talked about in the class that I used to have at ACC, which was an introduction to art for computer video games. I got to be a professor for a while.
So, here's the thing. Taking what he just said one step further about, like, if you go into 3ds Max or your 3D modeler, right? If you go into your 3D modeler, and things are exported into a generic format called FBX, that virtually all of the game engines understand how to read and utilize. So that way it's nothing proprietary. So what he's saying is basically the master file has like all the dungeon pieces in it, which does make sense. The master max file should have all those dungeon pieces in it. So that way you could right there make sure they fit together, make sure that the textures are consistent, the meshes are consistent, all that stuff, right? But the methodology that that the team, I'm being careful here because I don't want to step on anybody, and it definitely wasn't Scotty. He was told this is the way it was supposed to be done, but
Oh, yeah.
this goes back to the early Portalarium days. So yes, guys, we're still cleaning up stuff from Portalarium.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Well,
and again, just to say to Portalarium, if anybody from Portalarium watches this, it's like you guys didn't know at the time, so it's not.
Yeah, we don't have, none of us have crystal balls. It's kind of, I'd have to give the same spiel that my you know my financial advisor gives, which is like, no one has crystal balls. We don't know the future. And so we're always, especially in an iterative process, we're always reiterating based on changes that are made to the paradigms under which we've been told we must work. And so visually, once I have a chance to show you all some of the stuff that I'm talking about in a minute, you can kind of see the progression, because when we first started out trying to kind of come up with what we needed for this stuff, we were looking at like, the original dungeon, was going to have uh, uh, a total of like, what was it, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 pieces. You know what, that's all we're ever going to need, small and large versions of these same pieces, and then we're just going to make a giant dungeon out of it. Perfect.
Let me tell you something. When I was a kid, all right, this was in 1982, I bought a box of 10 floppy diskettes. All right. And my father, well, he didn't like yell, but he yelled at me and said, "Why would you buy 10 floppies? That's more than you'll ever need in your entire life."
More than you'll ever need. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
man.
because we thought we were going to make all this stuff and all the dungeons basically out of like a certain number of limited prefab rooms, a certain number of hallways and intersection types, and a certain number of like stairs and ramps. And then surely that will be plenty. That'll be enough. But no, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And the enemy in this case was Richard's creativity. Because Richard's like, no, we need to make it to where we can make like rooms freeform. Oh, okay, well, yeah. Well, then there needs to be a limited set for that. And then once that gets done, oh, you know what? We really need to have a way to where we can conjoin them from top to bottom And then we might as well have ways to where we can make some rooms that are having pits and some don't, and some have flowing water and some don't. And so by the time you're done, you have hundreds of pieces, hundreds and hundreds of pieces. And that's just sort of like scraping the top of the iceberg of what you can make out of them. Which is why, the dungeons, the player dungeon pieces are made out of those pieces. So, so literally, the player dungeon pieces are a step further because they are made out of the individual building blocks that I had to use for the designers to make the dungeons. So you're sort of getting prefabricated collections of those things made into pieces that you get to build your dungeons with. And so all of them have to work right. And he was saying earlier, it's too bad we didn't work on like a base 10 as opposed to base 8, but 8 meters was what we were working with for, it was an 8 meter square, from above, and it was like 5 or 6 meters tall. I forget what it was. I'd have to look again. And everything had to fit into that. And so it was a base 8 from the very beginning. And
Right.
a lot of things were base 8, like they were four, two different kinds of ramps, two different kinds of steps, and four different kinds of rooms. Well, that creates a collection of 8 objects. And it was a similar kind of thing with the other collections of the other objects we needed. So the math kind of made itself up, and then we just kind of worked with it because we realized that by the time the math had finished making itself up, it had fabricated shackles around our arms and around our legs, and we kind of were stuck with it from that point forward.
Right. Yeah,
And again, no crystal ball.
yeah, and then I said I don't blame anybody because but obviously for future and again even stuff that we do for expansions or anything is base 10 is probably the best way to go.
Yeah.
And so anyway, we are where we are, and we've inherited everything that we've inherited. So we continue to make the best of what we can and change what we can. Um, excuse me. So let's see, what was I? The dungeon fixes, blah blah blah. Yeah, so that should improve that. Obviously, the sweeping through the player dungeon kit will not only improve visuals because again I'm touching all the textures and placement possibilities in operation. One of the things that I found as part of the this breakaway wall piece, we should probably put one under glass someplace because it's going to be like um, it it caused us to locate so many things, and some of them are systemic. So we've already told you about everything regarding to that piece itself. It's basically the black hole of an infinite drawing, and and then the texture problems and stuff. So what we were just talking about, and this is where we realized this. It was a kind of a side thing that made us realize it, but during the same session. Um, so where, as I was saying, was that it does make sense to keep all the dungeon pieces in one master max file, so the 3D rendering project, but they should not be, and again, stressing that nobody knew this, they should not be all exported as one FBX. So here's the problem. If it would not be a problem, this would not be a problem if this was not a sandbox, or as much of a sandbox as we are, right?
Right.
So if everything was just, uh, you know, uh, uh, adventure zones and NPC cities and things like that, and there were no player-made dungeons, no player, modified anything, then none of this would be a problem. But since this is an issue. The Master FBX has 100 and again, say 166 rooms in it, or like you said a higher number of objects, right? Like
Oh yeah, there's
800 something.
830
All
entities.
right, 830. Can I say objects? Is it the same thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
All right.
objects.
All right.
Yeah.
So 830 objects in the one FBX. All right. Now here's where everybody, make sure you're sitting down. If you make a player dungeon, and let's say you use the redstone foyer, Okay. And I don't even know. I'm not even gonna ask if that it's gonna scare the hell out of me even more. But I won't even ask. But let's say you put down the redstone foyer, fine, no problem. Then you decide to put down one hallway section that ends in a dead end, and that's your dungeon. You are loading all 800 plus dungeon pieces into your computer's memory when you run the client.
Yes, they have to be there because you're using things that utilize the master FBX that contains all of those items at once, and it
Right.
has.
And the only reason why that has to be is because they're player placeable. Because there's collision. This is what we just like I this was a deep dive thing to figure. We always knew that there was a thing about making there's a setting on the mesh on the FBX that needs to be set so that way a player can have the asset, so you could do something with it. And so we decided finally to dig in and figure out what exactly is the reasoning for this. What's the rule? And it turns out that it's because the collision has to be what we call read write, or what Unity calls read write. Actually, I don't even know if it's Unity. That might just be a global thing. I don't know, but that's the thing. And looking into it even more, finding out that, oh, well, what the reason why when it's marked read write, that tells the game engine that that mesh needs to be loaded into computer RAM to provide the collision. And it doesn't load an individual mesh, it loads the entire FBX package. So this is actually somewhat of a problem. And to be honest with you, I think this might be why Flair's Dungeon crashes. But when you get to a certain size and stuff, I could see where memory might be a problem. What we're going to do long term, this is not going to happen now because it's not crashing the game or anything. It's just this is for years when Portalarium was running the game, they were like performance, right? Well, we got improved performance. We got improved performance, and as I said, one of the things they thought was that they scaled down the textures. They changed things that very slightly, in some cases more, made the game less crisp, less attractive, and they thought that they were decreasing load times and reducing the memory footprint of the client, things like that. But they weren't as much as they could have if they just split up these FBXs. Um, so and they're if we tie this together, and this is just a theory, right? This is like a theoretical thing. If we tie this together with you load in that one big giant FBX, and then you exit your player dungeon and you move on, what if? Now I'm only saying what if. I stress this. I'm going to pull this old one out here. What does it say? Don't lawyer me, bro. Um, so what if there's a memory leak where that variable doesn't unload the FBX? That means that every time you go into a dungeon, it's going to load a new copy of the FBX. And this is where you start seeing the slow client memory footprint increase. And I'm not saying this is happening with this because, again, if it was that particular FBX or even that process that's doing that, the memory footprint would jump in leaps every time you did that. So this is just an example. It's definitely not happening. Um, so long term, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to go into those master max files, and we're going to have to export each one of these dungeon rooms as a separate FBX. It increases the number of files that are in the project, that are compiled into the client. But in the long run, it will reduce the amount of memory footprint that the client is using on the computer, since Unity is CPU bound and GPU bound. By doing this, and if you just take it and spread that out to other things that are related, we will improve performance and reduce the memory footprint of the game. So, which will allow us to double the size of the game as we move forward. Like, there's a sandbox game like this, where there's a lot of itemization involved. The players get to touch and have a lot of different things. Um, the databases get big. The amount of footprint on the client gets big. Shroud of the Avatar's player client is minuscule compared to some of the other AAA games that are out there. And if we got up to those client sizes, it would not be able to run on a 64 gig computer. It would just never happen. So, and it's this. Some of this is it's asset management, memory management, things along those lines. So these are things. This is like the next phase of stuff that I'm going to be heading into to fix. And we just discovered this one where that having this organization is actually having a negative impact on the way that the client operates. So obviously, for those of you who have already gone there in your heads, this affects the load time of the scene. So as you're waiting for the player dungeon to load, that's because it's loading the entire FBX for 800 pieces. And if you're only using one, then it's a waste. So, anyway, there you go. So that ties up that stuff. We are now at the moment where we have to do a drawing. So we're going to do the drawing, and yeah, we're not even through the dungeon stuff yet. I mean, you should have seen the normally we have articles in the newsletter that are like maybe 3 or 4 paragraphs long, and it's not that big. This one was like and it only covered a fraction of what I've already talked about here.
Oh, by the way, there were several people going, "Oh, maybe it could be a little smaller." Yeah, I did make that shield a little bit bigger than the Dark Star shield. The Dark Star shield has sort of the use of that same kind of like chaos symbol basis, because of course the symbol of chaos is a Dark Star thing as well. And by the way, I'll explain all that a little bit too, because I wanted to talk about the principles and chaos and the whole construct, because I wanted to focus upon that thing, not necessarily because I want to draw away from Dark Star, but Dark Star utilizes chaos, and chaos is kind of a separate issue, and I wanted to utilize it and focus on chaos itself as a construct within sort of the sort of the universal paradigm that Richard kind of wanted to establish for the game, and its opposition to either good or evil, because chaos is not meant to be evil. It's not meant to be sinister or wicked or anything. It's just the opposite of order. And so I'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, as far as the shield size goes, I actually simply added on top and on the outside like a larger base that same symbol could rest on. But there's absolutely no reason why I couldn't bring the size of the actual shield part down just a little bit if people are wanting to see it a little bit smaller. Just so you all know. Did everybody go away? I don't hear anybody talking now.
What do you mean talking?
Oh no, there was just silence. I didn't hear anyone. I didn't hear you respond, Stephen. So I thought for a second I'd been thrown off.
No, you're there. Everything's good.
Okay, good deal.
No, I took that moment to run the prizings and drink some water and stuff like that. So.
Oh, cool. do you wish to say the prizes this time, and I'll say the characters?
Sure, we could do that. Okay, yeah, we're ready. And then right after we do the prizes, I'm going to scroll back on this chat and let's answer some questions before we move on.
Okay.
There is definitely more to talk about here. Actually, I'll touch on one thing before we do that. And then we'll go answer questions and then come back. Because this stuff is significant. This is actually a bigger stream, a more important stream, a pivotal type of thing than would have expected, because we found some significant things going on here. So you guys will be happy about this. All right, so let's do our prizes.
Okay. You'll do the prize. Do you want to say the prize this time, or do you want to say?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say the prize.
Okay.
So we have a set of bunny ears and slippers.
And those go to Goria Kulas and Azilis.
And then we have a giant brown rabbit decoration pet.
That goes to Eridan and Ventorian.
Excellent. Um, then we have a stone dungeon hall with breakaway wall T intersection.
Once again, Eridan wins that one as well, and that also goes to Merrick Dragon.
Congratulations. Now keep in mind as that's a player dungeon piece, so you'll just have to have a lot and then place player dungeon and stuff along those lines there um, to utilize that. We have a large cherry pavilion. That's the next thing while you're talking I need to do. I'll bring
Oh,
that out.
well, the first one of those goes to Sexy Janine, and then the second one of those goes to Gygax.
Excellent. And then the grand prize of this drawing is an elven two-story globe village home.
Two of those go out, one to Henry Fletcher and the other to Dorn Slate.
Excellent.
And congratulations on all those.
All right, and then we'll have another drawing at the top of the hour. Yes, we are nowhere near done. Scotty, thank you for staying for an extended period of time. This is definitely a longer stream than normal.
Oh yeah, that's okay. I wanted to make up for having to come in a little bit late.
Oh, okay, well, thanks. Good. Okay, so let me see. Where were we now? Oh, okay. To Okay, so one of the things that I found, in addition to the um, uh, infinite loop error that okay, why are you standing right in front of me like that? In addition to the infinite loop error, um, I had some other errors on there that uh, that I needed to look into. I did the troubleshooting and figured out that that the infinite loop was caused by the mesh, and I needed Scotty to help look at that, and so that's why I delayed its release. And then when I went down my next once a month, I go down to Scotty's house and we work on. Well, he works on the 3D stuff while I do whatever, but I try to do as much 3D stuff as well, so that way we have more resources working on that type of thing. So I wanted him to look at that, right? And he already explained all that stuff. So, but there were other errors, and the other errors were what they were pointing to. I didn't quite. I mean, I figured out that it was pointing to what we call an entity ID for the object, but I wasn't. I wasn't really clear on why it was doing it, and like so. I was like regenerating the IDs on this object and everything was fine, but then for whatever reason, it was still yelling for these other pieces and stuff. So what I found out basically is that uh, when we have dungeon in this case dungeon pieces. So like if you have something that has a door in it, a torch, or a breakable wall, anything that's interactable, there's an ID, an entity ID, which has to be unique in the game. Now, here's the interesting thing. This is another one of those situations where in an adventure zone, um, this is not as big of a problem. In the hands of the player, you could end up putting 3 of those breakable walls right in a row in your dungeon, and then they'd all have the same ID. And this is obviously going to be an issue. What it could end up doing is it could cause, and I know some players have experienced this. It causes the hammers to not show up. In extreme situations, it causes the hammers to not show up, and or it'll cause when a situation where you go to put the piece down that the accept button is not lit up. Now the accept button doesn't light up for other reasons as well, like if the rotation of the room that when you put it down, let's say you have 4 connections, one on each wall of a square room, or I can't say I don't want to say square. I'll say long rectangle, right? So if you put it down, put the thing down where the room you're trying to put in is going straight out, so you're putting it on the short end of the rectangle, and it goes far away, it'll say accept, and you can put it down, whatever. But if you happen to have some other things out in the void, if your dungeon comes around on the side, and then you try to connect it on the long way, and it would be intersecting with another piece, it won't. It'll stay gray. It really won't tell you why, but you pretty much in theory could figure out why it won't place that way. Um, so there are purposeful reasons why it won't light up, but there's also these other errors. Anyway, what I basically found out was that if I go and common practice in the past has been to take an existing dungeon room, duplicate it, and then use that as the basis for a new dungeon room. Okay. And again, this is not nobody was doing anything wrong. Is the problem was that and of course when you do that, it doesn't change the IDs. And what the code should do, the validation code should be doing, is checking those IDs whenever you submit anything into the project, and it should, oh, this is a duplicate, and just automatically assign a new ID. Um, it's not doing it. So basically, the player dungeon pieces, I ran a thing, and again, this is a lot of detail, so sorry, but but I like everybody needs to share my pain. So basically, there are well, let's say there 800 and some odd pieces, right? And in those 800 and some odd pieces, there are 1,500 plus connections or entities. So a door is an entity, a torch is an entity. So if you have a dungeon room that has a half dozen candles in it and some torches and a door or whatever, it's got a whole bunch of entities associated with it. It could be like 100 entities associated with one room. Um, and the spawns, like the spider room, it has a ton of spiders in it, right? So every one of those spiders is an entity ID. Basically, when I submit that, there's a process that runs immediately, and it's supposed to check for duplicates, and it doesn't actually compare them for a dungeon room specifically. If
Hmm.
I if I took Xenos, since relevance is easy, right? If I took Xenos, opened up the Xenos in my editor, and I duplicated an object that's in Xenos that has a door, just to, let's say it was a building with a door that could be interacted with, and I duplicate it and put it someplace, and I go to save that, it immediately tells me, hey, you got a duplicate ID. The,
Yes,
the, the validation script is only tied to a scene or a zone,
right. Basically, a scene being created outside of the game by a designer.
right?
Yeah.
So what this means is that basically, I have now another audit sweep to do. I have to actually drag, and I did this to discover the issue this way. I dragged all of the rooms into a scene, and then I tried to save that scene, and it told me the numbers. So I now know how many conflicts I have. Basically, there are 250 duplicates, which is not horrible. I mean, we're talking about
Yeah.
1,500. It's still what is that, like 25? No, 15, 10%, whatever, of the entities have duplicates. So it's still bad. I mean, anything more than zero is bad. But it's not, at least it's not 100%. And this is why it doesn't really cause a problem in player dungeons visible to the players, apart in certain circumstances where if you put a piece in, if you try to place a room that has a conflict with something that's already in your dungeon, it won't place, and you could end up uh, losing your hammer crosses. And of course, when you reload the dungeon, everything will be fine. So what I'm going to do is I have to go in there, and there's currently no automated process to fix this. So I have to go in there literally and load all the rooms, fix the duplicate thing, which that is like just one key press, and then it'll assign all new IDs. But then I have to manually re-save every dungeon room that's been touched, and it doesn't actually tell me which ones have been touched. I'd have to go look in it and see that the IDs have changed. So it's definitely going to be a thing. But once it's done, I know the rules to manually avoid this as I'm making new rooms. And in addition, I am going to code a validation script that will now go in and check all of the prefabs and could do a comparison. There'll be an extra step in our prefab check that will um, audit for the IDs and thereby just literally prevent this from ever happening. Because as I said, right now it's not a huge issue, but over time, as the game gets bigger and bigger with more pieces, then it would be a problem. So, okay, so anyway, that was that. We did the prizes. Okay, good. Um, I will touch on one more real quick because this is along the same lines. LODs. Now, I think any player who's been here for a number of years will know um, that the game has LOD issues. I mean, I've heard streamers talk about it when they do their daily streams about how the LODs in this game are either not present or not right or whatever. And yeah, there's definitely a thing there. So I discovered yet again early processes where I don't think it was completely understood how Unity's um, implementation of LODs was supposed to be done. Um, and, uh, well, no, I'm going to step back from that statement and just say that prefabs, right? So everything you see on the screen here, like these buildings and stuff, the tree is a prefab. Anything that you guys have is an asset that has a prefab attached to it. So the prefabs way in the early days, the Unity 4, Unity 5, I think, no, it was introduced in Unity 5. Unity 5, they introduced something called nested prefabs. And
Mm.
or encouraged it. I'm not a good historian on this. I wasn't involved in Unity back then, but basically, if you can imagine that you could take a prefab and then drag another prefab into that prefab, and then obviously manipulate it and make it into something different like several thousand things that we have, literally several thousand things, like including, well, no, I can't say including the shield because the shield's done differently, but we'll take the shield and use this as an example. It could have been that the octagonal shield was one prefab, and then that the spinny thingy was another prefab that we nested in together, right? And the the benefit to this in theory is that you've created a prefab that has references. Anybody who's a Unix person who know Q links, it needs to be Q links out to other prefabs. This would reduce the overall size of that prefab. In theory, you're saving disk space. And in addition to that, it was sold as a way to centralize your management. So if you're using, you have like 100 different zones in your game, and they all have the same wheelbarrow. I'm just making it up, obviously. Um, and then you discover that that there was something wrong with the wheelbarrow, and you had to make a change to it. It would change it immediately in all the scenes. Well, that's a great benefit for a game that's not sandbox. But as soon as you start giving things out to people and you're manipulating assets to have custom things, that involve multiple prefabs, like, oh, I don't know, let's say potted plants. Those pots are those vases and pots are prefabs that are used in decorations in other scenes. If they were all referencing one single prefab someplace, and somebody decided that the color needed to be changed on it, it's going to change it everywhere. So this is actually not good for Sandbox. So yet again, it's another thing that was not quite done. So nested prefabs went away with Unity 2017, 2018, whatever they went to after Unity 5. So there's still nested prefabs in the game, but the procedure of making them stopped. So what this all comes down to really is that when you nest a prefab, you are introducing multiple LODs, multiple LOD groups. The management of the LOD is now not centralized. Uh, there is an example that I'm not going to give you specifics on because I want to fix it before I point it out. But there's a house. Obviously, we have like 200 houses in the game, right? There's a house that's in the game that if you walk away from, it's multi-story and certain floors disappear before other floors. Certain things like you could have windows floating in space where the walls disappear. This is all because it's a nested prefab and that the LOD is not controlled by one LOD group. It's multiple. And what needs to happen is that the LODs need to be all ripped out of it. And it's just basically an unlinking of all the LODs. And one LOD group needs to be made, and then all the stuff needs to be dragged into the right places, so that way the distance slider for each LOD level is consistent, and then it will do what it's supposed to do and not do these weird things. Um, and then, of course, the other aspect is that there are things in the game that don't have LODs at all, and you could be on the other side of your, island pot, and in theory still be able to see a brazier with its flames on the other side of the island. That's not good. Your GPU is doing effort to do all those particle effects for the VFX on that brazier, and it's so far away that you really shouldn't. It should be culled. It should be disappeared. You shouldn't even be able to see it at all. So uh, these are things. And this is another long-term project that's going to have to be done. So so I will definitely stop. But the point of this was, this was a long, drawn-out thing, but we have three major changes that we are going to be working on over an extended period of time that will improve the footprint, the performance, and the beauty of the game. And so we got the LODs, we got the entity IDs, which are the dungeon room stuff, and of course now I've forgotten what the third one was, but I said it all the way back in the beginning, whatever the hell it was. So yeah, lots of major projects to do, and so we're going to be kept busy because we interlace this stuff with the new content and with the design work for the future things that we want to do. Towards the end of the year, I'll be talking more about what's going to happen in 2026, and so to bring everything more coordinate and in line, and obviously, I'm hoping by the end of the year we'll be able to get some more resources involved, and things along those lines. So stay tuned, as it were, for those types of things. Um, and again, still have more things to talk about, but we'll go do Q&A because I know that there's a lot of chat stuff going on in here, and I don't want to ignore that this long. Um, and
I try to do some as we go, just because I catch them, but I do
yeah,
all.
yeah, I
Sorry.
know, I know. No, no, that's fine. As I say, that's when Allie's here. Uh, she's watching, and she'll prompt me and say, hey, somebody's asking about this, or somebody's asking about that. So that's I'm really bad at watching the chat. There's so much I want to cover.
And I will say, someone earlier mentioned that they actually like the size of the Chaos Shield, but and I don't mind it either. I made it to be bigger just because I like the kind of the bigger size of like the heater shields and such. But Allian brought up something that's very important, which is we also have to make sure that it doesn't clip through during like certain animations, certain combat and extreme animations. So if it does look like it uncomfortably clips through the leg or something, we like to adjust stuff so that it kind of doesn't do that. And so when I do go in and maybe touch the size a bit, it will be to kind of see if it continues to clip or does clip through something. But also just because, it doesn't necessarily need to be so big that it looks like it's in front of the player's face when they're fighting and blocking their view, You know.
Yeah. So actually, if you don't mind, could you scroll back and just see start from the beginning of the well, actually, you joined later, right? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, just see if there's any other questions you could answer or that I should answer in the thing. I want to go. I'm going to reload into Decoration Station for a second and bring up the two pavilions that we added to the game this month. Because
Oh,
I
sure, sure.
really want to show those off.
Are you talking like that cherry pavilion that
Yep.
was? Yeah, I'd like to see it as well. Um, Ellen brought up a point one time where you said the biggest problem now is that you have to kind of farm a brittle key every time that you want to go to another underworld scene, and this is back when we were talking about like the sort of the underworld, all the different underground scenes sort of having connections.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure what a brittle key is. I've never heard of that.
Oh, okay. I can explain.
Yeah.
All right, so a brittle, and not all of them require a brittle key. I think I know of a few, but I'm not actually sure how many there are. So a brittle key, the whole aspect of the brittle key is it's a one-time use key.
Ah.
So, or at least I think it's mainly intended to be one-time use. I think there's an RNG against it as to like whether or not it'll break. If Allie was here, she would just totally answer this right off the bat and correct me. But the main point is a brittle key is intended to break. So if it's
But I mean,
used
where do you use it?
on quests, so the main thing is like there's a puzzle quest, which of course I don't even know where it is. But I in my head I could see it. Can't you guys see what's in my head? Um,
Totally.
I know that oh, what the hell is it that one with the secret messages? Was it ESET or something like that? That Chris that Keith Sanyo had put together. And there's this one spot where there's a tower and you have to go up to the top of the tower and you use the key and it's intended to break. As soon as you use it, it breaks because it's a quest item.
Mm.
So and so the bottom line is that the brittle keys are basically a way to it's a MacGuffin. It's a way to get something into the hands of the players that won't clog up their inventory later or allow them to bypass other things if they're going to repeat the quest or whatever, that type of thing.
Mm.
So um, yeah, and so Belladonna is saying there's several scenes that have quests that need the keys, and that's what my understand. Oh yeah, so there's Allium. She kicked in. The key has a 100% chance to break when used is labeled as brittle. A key that has 75% chance to break when used labeled as fragile, and a key has 0 to 50% chance to break when it has no special prefix label at all. So, yeah, this makes it they're consumable in that way, right?
And
Um,
so, but it's not like a teleport potion or anything like that. It's
no.
basically you use it in some place,
Mhm.
and when the idea is that when it opens the door, that leads to another dungeon.
Right.
What's the deal with it? Is that it?
Well, no, and you see, I'm not sure how many are actually used for that purpose. I don't think that, I mean, I'm not aware of them, personally, where you have to go and use a brittle key to go from one section of the underworld to another. My understanding or my memory, is that most of those are breakable walls or secret doors or things along those lines. I suppose there could be some that use keys, but I'm not really directly aware of what ones those would be. Usually, the brittle keys are used for quests, and the interconnectivity between the different dungeons in the underworld are not specifically quest related. They're
Mm.
just there. So I'm not sure how much that's accurate.
Mm.
Okay, so let me see here. And I need to go get the thing. So sorry, guys. Yeah. So anyway, that's the story on that one. So I mean, if there are interconnections between dungeons that require a brittle key, um, I mean, obviously, as long as the key is available in on both sides of that connection, assuming that the key is required in both directions, then that was a design choice, and that's in the game. It's not a
Mm.
bug, it's not a thing. But if it's a situation where because the keys programmatically, right, in our prefabs, the keys are serialized so they connect to the door. So a door will know what key it needs to open it. So
Ah, okay.
for example.
Well, I'll
So,
have to look into that more later because yeah, that's the first I've heard about it. But then again, there's a lot of convenience items that have been added and functionality that's been added since I built these dungeons.
oh yeah,
Some
yeah,
of the,
right.
so yeah, I'm always asking questions like this because I don't know, and it's interesting to me to hear about these things being made. Henu did have a question. I don't know if it was looked at. He's saying at Ravalox, how far along are you guys on the revamping of the old homes textures and all slimming them down and improving the performance and things like that? Um, and uh, and though you asked, this is at Ravalox. I do want to put in right now that there is so some of that and a lot of that I'll say is on me. It's on me, and the delay is on me too. I have limited amounts of time that I can actually give because I have to have my fingers in a lot of pies just to sort of make ends meet these days to make a living. And so as a result, I can't give my full attention to Shroud of the Avatar. I have to kind of split my attention between a bunch of different projects that make me money and allow me to do the things I do. Some of it is stuff I need to clean off my plate too, because I need to simplify my own life personally. But sadly, I want to say I'm like 6 months behind on doing what I want to do with those houses because it comes in kind of at least two phases. Because when we talk about improving the old houses, we're talking about really two things. We're talking about fixing some problems with the old houses that can fix problems without necessarily introducing things that will force players to have to go in and move things around to associate them in some kind of new paradigm. Meaning that I'm not going to be quote unquote fixing the old houses such that they are totally revamped and look like new houses. I'll just be fixing the things that are definitely bugs. Maybe improving a few things just to make them a little more usable. In other words, if anything, it will maybe open things up a little bit more. But what I don't want to do is make changes to the old houses that will force players to go back in, that will basically break the placement of stuff that players have already and love. And so, some players don't want certain aspects of the old houses changed. And so those will be left as is after I decide what needs to be fixed on them, but specifically things that slim down the polygon count or literally clean them up in such a way that it's like, oh my God, why was that ever left that way in the first place? Well, because we were racing against a clock to try to get these things done as quick as we could. So the fixing of the old houses is not the same as the second part of that task, which is from those old houses, I may then make actual like larger scale architectural changes that make it very different from or at least different enough from the old house architecturally that there may be walls shifted around a bit. The kind of clunky thickness of the old window frames will probably be changing. I may go in and fix some of the placement, polygons to allow you to decorate and maybe improve some of those. And that's where I might touch and play with improving textures as well. So you might literally see a visual change to what was once an old house so that it architecturally and texturally becomes something that's new, something that is worthy of being offered separately, mainly because we don't want to simply replace the old houses with something so new. Because what you'll get things that will piss off the people who did not want those changes made. So that's what I'm having to do right now is I'm having to go through and figure out whether it falls into category A, which means they'll basically stay the same, but I'll fix as many bugs as I can, or category B, this now needs to be offered as a new house because it will force the players to go in and have to redecorate.
Right.
So it must be sold as new, or it must be offered in some way as new, because I don't want to just tromp over the old stuff that people like. I simply need to fix it. And so you can see on the screen right there, you're looking at something right there that just simply needs to be fixed, and it should be fixed on the old houses because it doesn't need to be there. It's wrong, and it's problematic because it represents geometry that's sticking out that doesn't even need to be there. It serves no purpose. It's valueless. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be adding stuff to this or completely removing walls. because players have stuff hanging on those walls that they like and they want that there, or they put up a fireplace up against it or whatever it is.
Well, yeah.
So that's the distinction between those two paradigms. And I am months behind in doing it, and I'll simply tell you right now, it's TMI necessarily, but I had a couple friends die at the end of last year within 30 days of each other, and it pretty much took me out of the loop of functional work for a while, for about a month and a half, nearly 2 months of me not being able to focus on contracts. I had to kind of just slide on stuff that I had in my savings and live while I kind of helped deal with the process of friends dying, and then the actual event itself, and then the fallout of all that stuff. Because I'm engaged with them on a level of not just a friend, but sometimes functionarily, as like I perform ceremonies and things like that. So I am, as a result, behind hugely due to that. And so please forgive us, Hemnu. Ravalox had plans and he wanted me to begin on these things earlier, but I simply could not. Though that is absolutely still on my radar, and I've got to get my feet back underneath me too, because these things were not made by me. This is art made by Bob the Builder or by other folks, and I need to kind of go in and learn what's right and how it works properly before I can also determine and discern what's wrong, as opposed to just what we can see visually here with some stuff sticking out. There's plenty more behind the scenes that I discovered when I was looking at these things more closely and went, why? Why is that way? Oh, it was just a mistake. And that old stuff has to be fixed, even when you can't see it, because it's polygon count, it's hidden polys and polys being drawn that don't need to be there, and multiple layers of walls on top of one another by accident or whatever it happens to be. And all that stuff, I need to figure out what's right before I can figure out what's wrong. And so I'm still digging through that stuff even now.
Right. So I mean, when somebody's making a house like this, 3D modeling and stuff, they're just like in programming, or many other things. There are multiple ways to get to the same end result. And so, like Bob the Builder, uh, he had a more artistic, free flowing style of building geometry.
Well, and he was learning as he went too, to some extent,
Yeah.
because we were all trying to figure out the best way to create livable spaces as we figured out how housing even worked.
Mhm.
And back then, a mistake was made that I mean, you look at it later, hindsight's 2020, and it's like, oh my God, we should have had definitive factors of, you build a stair and it's always this wide, or you build a room and it's always this tall, and
Right.
we're building on like factors of whatever, like we are talking about before, factors of 8, factors of 10, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he devised a lot of the stuff in a very free form way,
Right.
and there are not um, uh, absolute paradigms that can be depended upon when it comes to how these rooms were put together. And he did his best at the time, but he himself was learning how to do housing. It was new to all of us at the time.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, it's not, like that. It's not a negative. I mean, it, but basically, in my observation, he's, I know Bob. I talked to him and hung out with him and stuff, and
Yeah.
he's more of a free form artist. Like it's like doing freehand art versus technical art. And houses are definitely technical art where there's a lot of measuring and rulers and that type of stuff involved. So um, that's why I said what I said. It's just he was more free form with it, and obviously for reproduction, as you just said, you need to establish a template and a standard so that way things are consistent, and that's where we are. But so just to reiterate, yeah, this ceiling piece here is a bug that would be fixed in that pass, in the bug pass. The thickness of this wall would not be changed in the existing row houses, because if we thin this out to give more floor space, if any paintings that are on this wall would start floating in the game.
Right.
So those, I mean, there's the aspect of some players like what they have and some players want them fixed, but the aspect of it is it would actually literally break stuff. So that's why it's always been verboten to touch existing stuff that was once it's given to the players. It's very difficult like I was saying with the dungeon rooms, very difficult to make changes if they're geometry changes, um, because they can affect what happens in the game world. So I mean, long term, like we had talked about this. Uh, this row house was one of the examples, the four-story version. This is only a two-story, where like this, this front room probably needs to be open floor plan, so like getting rid of this and stuff like that. But these would all be a new version with a new texturing. Yeah, new texturing. Uh, and then that would be up on the web store as a new house. There would be obviously a bunch of changes. I mean, like there's no reason for that wall to stick out. Blah blah blah. Scotty and I have talked about this. I've talked about this at length on past streams, and we will talk about this again in the future. So I won't go into it too long now. One of the things, though, do want to mention is that a definitive decision was made that we will not include lighting in anything new anymore. And we actually debated whether or not to go back into the old houses and strip out the lights. I could strip out the lights from all of the houses in the game. Well, when I say all of that, yeah, I guess technically, all the houses in the game in a day. It's not hard to go into the housing thing and get those out of there. But because they're not part of the same mesh, I could actually kind of delete them. But once I do, if anybody was relying on, well, not that anybody would really rely on these wall candles, but if anybody was relying on the chandeliers that are in their houses or wanted fireplaces, because fireplaces would have been included, anything new will not have a fireplace, because there are
Right.
fireplaces that are available that you could place, and you might not want it there. You might want it over here, so, or you might want to have one in this room. So choices were limited back when these houses were made originally, and we want to make sure that they're a little bit more configurable going forward. So anyway, to bring it in for a second, um, yeah, yes, that's right. Um, and I learned verboten. Conjure Dragon was saying, "Wow, it must be really strict if it's using if it's German, it's using strict rules." Um, the When I grew up, my family's technically got a German background, so when I grew up, my father would always be like, "Das ist verboten," and these little phrases, it's, "Was ist das?" and "Das ist alles," and things like that. So I have a little bit of German, not enough to carry on a conversation, but anyway, some things stick with you. So what I'm saying here is that I don't know. I mean, we could always maybe do a talk about this in the future, and I'm probably at risk right now of getting some eye rolling from other team members, because we talked about this years ago, and then talked about 3 months later after that, and then 6 months later after that, and then finally it just died a horrible, slow, painful, quiet death. What we wanted to do, what was suggested, was to rip out all of the lighting from all the houses, and uh, it was me, and I will tell you right now that it was me who insisted, because there's a general rule, and I say general rule because in some cases you got to do what you got to do, but there's a general rule that once you give something to a player, you can't take it away, right? So like I can't just take all the
Right.
lights out of the houses and then say, well, there you go, go light your houses, because now it's putting something on the player's shoulders that they will either have to go craft or go into the crown store or whatever, player vendors, and get housing lighting to replace it with. And I argued with the team, well, my argument during the conversations with the team on this. This is back when Elgarian was still around, so it was a long, long time ago. That if we take them out, we would have to deliver a bundle of lights to the players that to each player for each house that they have, and that's where they say removing them, no problem. Doing the follow up, and it's the insistence on my part of making sure that the players were made whole. We obviously still have to go out and place them, but at least it's like, okay, we made these changes to the houses on this release, and you'll find in uh, whatever your in-game mail or however we figured out how to deploy them, because that's the other problem. We don't have any automated way to deploy all that. Um, you would get a bag that would have, the lights in it that were in your house. I mean, the exact same ones. So get, like in this case, probably a handful of the wall candles, and I think that's it. I don't think this doesn't have a chandelier or anything. So and we wouldn't have, that still wouldn't have been the fireplace. We wouldn't have touched those. Just the wall lights, because the problem there is that the baked-in chandeliers are a problem for players who want to change out the chandeliers, because you can't remove the ones that are baked into the house, right? So,
Well, and I'm honestly surprised that that fireplace is still in there because I thought that all fireplaces were going to be removed. I'm not sure why that one is still in there, but
well,
it
that's
is.
because that's the whole thing, is that it's along the same lines. It's along the lines of the same discussion, that since it was shot down as too much of an effort to remove the lighting from the existing houses, a line in the sand was drawn and say, okay, going forward, anything we do will not have lights in it and won't have fireplaces. So, because again, if somebody had Christmas stockings or Yule stockings hanging on this mantle, um, then they'd be floating in space.
Right. Although I
So,
will say this, there was a time a while back, and this is why I say I'm surprised it's still in here, but there must have been a reason. Even back when Hutch was still here, long before Elgarian or anything like that, when it was Hutch and we were still in the offices, even back then it was discussed about the removal of fireplaces, which is because there were fireplaces in a bunch of the houses and they're not there anymore.
right, right.
So this is sort of an outlier, and it was an outlier left behind for some reason.
Well,
Uh,
Ali is saying that that particular fireplace is not available separately.
Right, yeah, this particular fireplace is not available separately. It doesn't, in other words, all the fireplaces and the fireplace sets that are buildable that I made,
Hmm.
they look specifically like a certain thing. And then this was here, but there were a lot of fireplaces that were, have never existed again that I know we removed in favor of the ones that they could build themselves and place themselves. Why this particular one was left, I don't know, but it could be simply because of the fact that it was sort of a predominant feature of this particular thing when it was offered. Maybe I don't know, but I do know that we were comfortable with removing them everywhere else. So anyway, yeah.
Well,
So to sum up that question though, before, just as a general understanding, if it's a two-part question, I will fix the old houses if it means that in general it will not affect the placement of decorations that exist or walls that exist or the general architecture that exists. I'll be fixing things that are problems with the old houses, and I will be fabricating out of those old houses newer houses that have perhaps different texture sets, different wall configurations, and actual architecture that may be replaced in some ways that would need to be from scratch decorated. But so that's the goal. Now there's another question. Christ Pallet asked, "We have fish tanks. Can we get an outdoor fish pond for the deco fish?" Uh, has that ever been a thing that was discussed?
no, that would be a wish list item. So if there's not a wish list entry for that yet, I definitely encourage him to put in the wish list forum.
Yes, please. And I'm assuming that's easily accessible by any of the folks playing the game. The wish
Yes,
list.
yes.
Good deal. Yes, please do, because you never know. That may be something that pops up and goes, "Oh, that's an easy win. Let's get that going," and because it's always fun to have some neat outdoor stuff that can be go into your garden or whatever.
Right.
Uh,
Well, yeah. No, let me inject here.
oh,
This is relevant to like the lava pools. The reason why the lava pools are these um, very unnatural tubs of lava is because we cannot cut holes in the terrain. So
yes,
having ponds and stuff, we can't at this moment place. Uh, things have player placeable decorations that would have liquid that would go below the level of the grass.
Right.
So obviously, I mean, we could put something in there and then it would look like it's water, but then if you walked on it, it'd be like walking on the water, obviously. But it also means that we can't put fish in there because the fish three-dimensionally would have to be below the grass. So
Right.
we would not be able to do it yet. It would have to be something raised like this, which I would not do. And this is just my opinion, but these things are well, uh, insert your favorite adjective here. I
Well, they're
am not.
fugly. They're fugly, and I'll just say that right now. But at the time, they were made by it was not an artist that was put in charge of that. It was a designer who was doing their best with some built-in tools in Unity to try to create something that might work. And so what you're seeing right here, which he's got himself caught on fire on, is you're seeing that it is possible to make something that's more naturalized, to where if you get up on it, then it looks like, well, yeah, if you jump down in it, you need to be burning up to your waist, but at least it doesn't look so ridiculous that a big sailfish, lava sailfish or whatever is going to come out of it. The reality is that what we want to do if we ever did something like this, even more naturally or bigger, is that it would be a thing that you kind of have to walk up, like some tiered steps to
Yeah,
a tall sort of almost like a little plateau that happens to have a big lava pool in the middle of it that you walk up to the edge of and maybe you fish. But
right. So you see where I'm standing here, this rise would start way out here, so it would be a gradual slope and that type of thing.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it would make it a bigger feature, certainly, but the more realistic we can make it, as opposed to, hi, here's my above ground lava pool. The more natural we can make it, the better. But
Right,
but again, still, everyone needs to continue deceiving themselves that it's possible that a giant fish would come out of that because we cannot dig holes in the terrain no matter how much we want to.
right. Yeah, exactly. So, and of course, in the future, that is something that will be available to us when we get onto the newer version of the engine, which of course is still in the plans. As far as the height, sorry, you see, this is up to my knees. This would actually be the height. Visually, this is what the height would be for an outdoor fish pond.
Right.
Um,
And so like what Christ Pallet is asking about, we're talking about less of a place to go fishing and more of a place to display your decorative fish,
right.
right?
Yep.
And that that makes me think of, like, whatever, Japanese koi ponds or anything like that. It's possible to make something like that. I
Hmm.
think that
Yep.
would be really beautiful, that you could have, like, oh, you walk up to it, it's a beautiful little pond or whatever, and or a fountain, and there's your fish are swimming around in it, and it looks pretty. I think it's possible. We just need to kind of come up with it. And so definitely, if you have a chance, or if you're still listening, Christ Pallid, or if anyone else wants to do it too, please add that to the a wish list, and we'll talk about it in great seriousness as soon as we have a chance to kind of touch on that kind of stuff, because we love new ideas like that.
Yeah. So let's talk about these. These are the new pavilions that
Very pretty, very
Allium
nice.
made. Yep. Excellent
And, and
job.
and we're calling them pavilion from a standpoint, but they're basically like more of a solid, like, gazebo-ish kind of thing,
Right.
basically,
Right. Yeah.
as opposed to a tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are really pretty.
Yeah. We just don't. We have to. We keep consistent with the existing names. That's all.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So. Yeah. So these are. I really like the palette is great.
Yeah, those are beautiful.
So. Um. And let me see. This one is actually one of the sub rewards this month, the small one, and the large one is in the Crown Shop right now.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
I really like the look of them. Nice color.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's all nice. Very
Yeah.
nicely made. Where did these come from, by the way? Was there something that kind of spawned them? That was there, is there already an architectural set that sort of matches these?
Well, the idea of doing it, or just so the original
The,
for the
the so it's based on is it based on that Viking architecture there?
yeah,
The kind of Norgard sort of look?
yeah. And then it was also used for the new U pavilion that um, Sanyo made.
Oh,
See there. So,
so yeah, these are nice. This is new to me.
yep, yeah, these are all. This is for Port Harmony, and Sanyo actually.
You
This is
go
one
in
of the
there?
things where. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Um, so this gives you access to New U through the mirror.
Oh. Oh, okay. So this is a
Yeah.
little new U pavilion.
Yep. And when I think we sell this with the NPC, so it comes with the NPC, so the NPC will be standing here, and you could uh, have the whole conversation about it, um, you know,
Nice.
and enter into the new you.
I love to see this because it pleases me because that hanging drapery was something. It was a conceit that I created for the Artifice dungeon, and but man, it's gotten to see a lot of great use since then, and it pleases me to see it.
Good deal. Um, yeah. So yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that in Port Harmony, he also went and because it's kind of like if you're familiar with Bermuda, right? They have a lot of pastel, a lot of white, obviously.
Yeah,
But there's any coloring is more of a pastel tinting of the houses and stuff. So in Port Harmony, he took the existing houses and changed their I don't know what I just cast on myself. um, level. Port Harmony. There we go. So we'll go over there and I'll show you. So he changed stuff like that, and I think that's one of the things. I'm pretty sure we were already talking about the new houses and doing new houses, but it definitely amped up the desire to, get variations and stuff
yeah.
in there. So I'll show you that in a second. Meanwhile, let's do a little bit of a uh, is
I was going to mention something real quick. B Striker 2 mentioned that the docked keep ship really needs to be fixed. There's nothing can be placed in the front room,
mhm.
and the hatches don't seem to function correctly. We're going to have to look at that, but that definitely needs to be turned into some kind of Jira or a
Yeah, it,
bug.
it exists.
It does. Okay,
Yep.
good.
Yeah, that's why obviously this is like the other projects that we talked about in the first hour or so of the stream. Um, this is a massive, massive, you know, the housing is a massive thing that needs to be done, and this is
It,
one of the reasons why I'm obviously looking over your shoulder for a lot of stuff, and Scotty can tell you guys that I've uh, been starting to actually do work on meshes and stuff and fix some things. Like the lava pools, he did the original medium one, and then I went in there, and this is going to sound stupid because it's like such an easy thing, but uh, he redid the medium one so we had a mesh because it didn't really have a mesh in the first place, and then I went into that um, uh, 3ds Max file, which is for practical purposes the FBX, and I created two new meshes for the small and the large, so that way we wouldn't have the big box problem. And I'm now able to go in there and do minimal things, fix rotations and reset transforms and stuff to get rid of some of the bugs that we have. I'm still not comfortable enough to just go in there from scratch and just make a thing. And the houses, as I said, if you're in 3ds Max, it looks like you're looking into a spider web. It's really hard to see where you are in those things. Gives me a headache.
mm,
But uh, so I wanted to show you this here, and I'm going to make it day so you can see. Game to 11, and there we go. So we have sadly 11 might not be the right time. I have to set up set the weather or turn off the weather.
where are we? Where is this?
Port Harmony. This is in the new episode 2 area.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, Keith has done a lot of work um, that I have not had a chance to go look at and enjoy myself.
yeah, and he's still working on episode 2. We have we're getting close, but it's still got a bunch of stuff that needs to get done. So I guess as an example is this house here where he took the texture and changed its color to a yellow, and same thing over here with the pristine Victorian.
Mm.
Sadly, my let me see if I can figure out where the sun needs to be. We will set it to 1700 then. There you go. That's better. So
And if you could, I mean, go ahead and cast a light spell just to bring some light up on surfaces you walk up to.
sure. There we go. So this is more of a natural wood color.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah. And as I said, that's yellow there. I'm pretty sure that somewhere I am, yeah, there you go. There's like light blue over here. So, not really changing the textures, but the tinting of them. And it fits more of a Caribbean feel.
Right.
So that's what that's about there. And so anyway, that helps spark more of the desire for variations on the houses. So, and of course, there's other things that other features and things that we could talk about once we get really knee deep or waist deep into the housing thing. Um, uh, that will add new features and mechanics to the new houses. But I don't want to talk about those in a public forum yet.
Okay.
It's you could stress as much as you want that I'm having a fever dream and this is just something that'll never happen, and then a month later somebody on their daily stream will say that it was promised. So I'm not saying a word.
But
Um,
yeah, it's good, and we appreciate, like, for instance, B Strucker too, mentioning that, it's kind of like, it's really too expensive of a house to be that broken, and he or they tried so hard to love the dry dock to keep ship. But yeah, these are the issues we definitely want to know about, and we definitely want to make sure we get JIRAs on, because I would love to go in and fix some of these things and make sure that the stuff that people paid for is functional. You
right.
know.
So what we probably should do is at the one of the next team meetings is get together with Justin on that. Laney, is she has the big book of bugs, which obviously is probably needs to be updated. But there are JIRAs aplenty, and they're all still in the system. So we could definitely go in there and again, this is one of the things as I started saying here is this is why not the reason why, but I go down to Austin once a month at minimum. And this allows me to go to the data center to do maintenance, have meetings with folks like Star, Chris, Sanyo, and Scotty, of course. And I specifically work with Scotty at least 3 days a month, where we both sit in that office where he is now together and sort through things. And like this breakable wall deal, this was best done when we were both sitting right next to each other.
Yeah.
And so I learned a lot from him as to the finer details on that. The tool to do 3D modeling that we use, it just causes me to have seizures and brain hemorrhaging. The like I understand the concepts. I'm farther along with the concepts and what to do and what not to do, theory of operation, than I am with the actual doing it, because it's hard. It's harder to remember where the hell is that.
Right.
The thing looks worse than a 747 cockpit. It's too many buttons and knobs and shit. So, um, all right, let me I just put out the warning for the prisoning,
I
and I want to scroll back here and just see if there's any questions that I've missed from the beginning. So,
Well, I did. And by the way, that's what I've been kind of going through too, is trying to slowly scroll my way down. And if there's any major questions, I bring them up. Hemnu asked something that I might be able to talk about a little bit, but they said at Ravalox, whatever happened to the terraforming tool for pot owners that was being worked on, and then we never heard from it again. And I will say this is that anything having to do with the landscape and terraforming is something that is definitely code related, and we don't have the resources right now to try to dig into code and try to certainly not finish developing code that might have been in process at the time that was originally discussed. Because the pot ownership things and what we could allow pot owners to be able to do, there was a percentage of that that lay heavily on the shoulders of a full programming team, and we don't have that kind of those resources right now. So anything like that was certainly put on hold, and we don't want to say gone forever, because depending upon resources that come to our disposal, we might be able to have this dig up that chest, open it up, and let the light of day shine on it again, assuming there's a programmer whose eyes are set to look at it, right?
so
So
there are two um, features that were being worked on. Um, it was one of the intern programmers. What the hell's his name? Chris Spears. Um, so Chris was working on two things. He was working on dynamically allowing the players to dynamically place a house on their lot. So in other words, instead of the house being centered on the lot, you would be able to shift it around. That was one thing he was working on, and the other one was the terraforming. However, I do want to even stress now at this very moment that the terraforming changes, and this is what Chris said, were not as extreme as I think a lot of people thought they would be. So like they would allow you, like if you wanted to place a house in a location, and it wasn't going to let you do it because the terrain, dipped a little bit in a spot, it was going to let you flatten that terrain out, so that way you'd be able to place the house, that type of thing. That was his intention. I think that immediately the player base actually took it and expanded it into a little bit more. However,
made
uh,
assumptions of what was going to happen, or
yeah. So,
uh,
so, so the point is that with Mr. Spears no longer being involved in the project, I think his uh, partially finished code is still shelved, but I don't know. And I would have to go look at that and everything. And obviously, but I could just say that, like Scotty said, we're not working on it right now. And it's not like ripped off the table saying, yeah, we determined it's not feasible. According to what I know from what Chris said, he had got it partially working. So it would have to be gone back and looked at. But also, like Scotty said, the level of programmer, we would, you'd have to, we have to, like I program, I'm doing code on the game, and I fix bugs and stuff like that, and in some cases I could even do new things, but uh, I would need um, more like Devicult. He works on specific capsulized features as well. Something like this uh, goes into a range where either Chris would have to be involved, uh, one and only would have to be involved. Justin was his name, or Jason, which I don't remember what Jason's player facing name was.
oh yeah, I don't know.
But there are even with see, it's like the coding is actually complex enough that there were dedicated server-side programmers, there were dedicated client-side programmers, there were dedicated programmers for world building, so on and so forth. When the team was full. As you guys know, Undone, Bobby, he specifically worked on the skybox and stuff like
Yeah,
that. So, and of course, he did double duty where he did the skybox, and then he also was a Python programmer. So he did the API. and he did the Python API, I should say, uh, and he also did internal work on uh, stuff for the builds and things along those lines because that uses Python as well. So it's not to go towards what Scotty was saying is that any programmer can't just jump into that and say, oh yeah, okay, I'll pick it up and go on from where it is. You have to have an understanding of what systems you're touching, and then also have the background for that stuff. And to be honest with you, I think that um, Chris was this was stuff that was pushing the envelope a little bit. You see, we all thought it could be done, but we weren't sure, and so it was a lot of experimentation. And sadly, this is one of the things that has had to change, and obviously has that we don't ponder a lot on streams because again, players tend to run with that stuff and then hold it next to their heart as a promise if there's something that's really exciting to them, which is obviously not a bad thing that they're excited about an idea. But over time, things tend to get their own lives, and a possible idea turns into a promise, turns into an overdue feature that was supposed to be released, which none of that was ever said. So in this case, Chris did go on stream and said that, hey, I'm going to do this thing and I'm experimenting with it and I'm going to make it happen and I want to make it happen. And then
And they shouldn't be wrong.
the last time he talked about it, he said he was having trouble with it. But that's like 2 years ago. You know,
And and Hemnu mentioned that on that same note, what happened with the free placement of housing on lots where, like if you wanted to, you could cram in multiple homes on a lot just because you could scooch one house up forward and maybe put a small servant's hut at the end or whatever it might be. Again, a really cool idea. Programmatically, it requires code. So really, I mean, to kind of put a fork in this, just as
well,
an easy
well,
way to say
wait,
it,
Scotty, hold it. I'm sorry, I apologize. But before you say what you say, which is fine, I want to just jump in there before it got a little away from it. That the plan was never to allow multiple houses on the same lot. So if you had a castle lot, you were going to be able to stuff in a whole bunch of other things. It was to be able to move the house that was for that lot and be able to move it in different places. I think what Chris was intending was that there would be prefabs that we would be able to sell separately, that you'd be able to place down, but they would not be fully functioning houses, because there could only be one house per lot.
oh,
So,
so
yeah,
is that a hard rule?
it's a hard roll. That will not change. So being able to slide the house around, like you're saying, and I apologize for interrupting. That's something that we want to do. And
That's interesting to know. Yeah, because I mean, honestly, and this is from a standpoint of someone who's had a lot of world travel. There's in a lot of parts of the world, you might have a large lot surrounded by a wall, and but what it is a housing compound. You might have like three or four little houses in there because like multiple generations of the family might live in that same compound on that same lot per
right,
se.
right, right. But you see,
And if they can all fit comfortably, why not allow them?
well, and you see, this is the problem is where there's a mechanic involved.
Right.
If I have a castle lot, which is allotted so many lights and so much decoration,
That's right.
right? It could be argued that because the average castle lot house is a city house. We only have two that I know of, maybe three castle-sized buildings that would, um, like trying like putting a town lot house on a village lot, like it would literally take up the entire lot, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like like a row house. So if I was to say, okay, yeah, we'll allow you to place multiple houses on the same lot, then inherently you would need more decoration slots, and that's a different level of code that goes to the plot system and is not something that we're going to change.
Right. Well, and one could say that maybe that's the cost, right? In other words, a palace, might need as many lights or as many lights or as many decorations as four little village homes. You know what I mean? So it could be that you get like a large amount because whether you have them all in one huge building or whether you divvy them up between four small buildings, if it fits, it fits. But yeah, just because you can put four houses on there doesn't mean you get four times the amount of decorations or lights that you would normally get for that lot. We do have to have our limits. So, but I was going to say that regardless of that, any of those things that might one day be possible or anything we might work on that would require all this kind of new code, for now we just have to assume it's like, oh, you know what, that's grandma's unfinished wedding dress that's been put in a chest and it's put up in an attic. It doesn't mean that someday a bride might not wear it. It's just that, grandma's not going to wear that thing, right? But one day, some, maybe grandma's, child or grandchild will, be able to open up that chest again, pull out the unfinished dress, and voila, it's fresh as the day it was originally started. So, but again, we can't assume that that's going to happen immediately. That that unfinished wedding dress needs to go up in the attic and the chest for a bit until we get the resources to actually finish it properly.
Yeah, and I,
Um,
I will say that getting onto a currently supported version of Unity will definitely improve the chances of getting that done.
yeah, yes,
So,
and that's the thing. Even back in the days when Bob was doing the stuff, and we look now and cringe at some of the stuff that he did. Some of the stuff he did because he had to do because he was working under either time constraints or resource constraints that we're just not. We don't even have to think of now because we've upgraded Unities since he did that, or we've upgraded shaders, or we did whatever. Mistakes are mistakes, but Bob had his hands tied, and it wasn't just him. I mean, there were other people making houses then too, and they were trying to be as creative as they could. And so you got elven homes inside of trees and inside of hills, but again, you kind of did what you could within limits at the time, and those limits sometimes were code based and code changes. So. Well, anyway, yeah, really, really great stuff. It was really cool to see those new pieces.
mhm.
And those look beautiful for the purposes of, especially that one that got the new U stuff in it. I mean, that all of that stuff looks great, and the new
Yeah,
stuff looks great too.
right, right. I know you and I have discussed, and we won't say the words out loud here, that um, hmm, I say this in a generic way, that we have plans for a new schema, right? Um, uh, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just let it go. But we have plans that go into things beyond episode two. But this was an easy way to do a regional difference with existing construction styles, right?
Mm,
So, because again, this Bermuda is like that. That's what that it's in the Caribbean. That's how those houses are. If they have color, they're going to be those pastel type of things. And obviously, I'm not an expert on how it may, on whether that's a thing where they fade over time or if it's intended to be pastel initially. But I do know that like there's a lot of white out there, reflect the sun type of thing. Um, but anyway, with all that said, Sanyo did a beyond awesome job with Port Harmony, and obviously I'm looking forward to see what ends up happening with the final pieces that we have to go in that have to go into complete episode two, and allow us to move forward with the stuff that we've been working on for the next episode. Um, which includes those schema changes and or additional schemas. I guess that's really what it is, and and stuff along those lines. So it's gonna be an interesting ride. We got plans that go out for at least 3 to 5 years now. But it all comes down to keeping things going and getting new resources. And I am definitely working on getting more resources. So we will see what happens. Uh, I really want to take a moment here just to, based on, I guess that one didn't kick off right. Hold on, doing the prize thing. Sometimes it doesn't send it over. I have to rerun it. Um, Let me see where oh yes, chaos items. So of course I'm in an empty version of the Cancelatos again, but
Well, I was wondering. I was looking at the map, like, did everyone leave?
yeah, no. This is because I'm on a newer patch version than they are. So
And by the way, the whatever patch version I'm on,
yep,
when it shows like it's showing like whatever the screenshot of the Colossus and such as I'm like it's loading up Casolatos.
yep.
What is the strange alien language that seems to be displaying on my screen? It's really weird.
That goes back to Ultima 4, I think. Um, anybody in the chat want to correct me or refine?
Oh
Um,
no, no, no! I'm talking about the
no.
code.
I know what you're talking about. But it does, but it does. So what it is that when the game loads into memory and everything, the character set is not an actual font. It's not a true type font. So it's an actual custom character set. So what happens is when the game gets up to that point and it's just about to complete its load, you see the text that like the percentage of the screen loading and for us in the dev clients we see the like sort of GM win at the top. All that will go garble as it's remapping to be the custom text. So
Weird,
yeah, and
man.
and that actually when I saw that happen, I was like, oh, I mean, I'm talking like in 2015 when I started, getting involved in Shroud. I looked at the screen on the load, and I'm like, oh, they're still doing that the same way.
That's
So
bizarre. I don't understand how that funky code can still be something left over from that ancient.
yeah, I mean, it's not funky code that's left over from ancient stuff. It's a methodology.
Oh,
So because what's ending up happening is the video memory is being altered, and it's kind of like um, I don't know how to. It's almost a necessity. I'm sure there's probably a way to avoid it, but it would actually end up taking up more memory, and I don't know if you'd be able to release the used memory after you switched over. But that's what's happening is the live memory locations where that text is being stored is being remapped for the actual scalable custom text.
oh,
And This is anybody familiar with the Commodore 64? Uh, that's actually the Commodore 64 does the same thing when you do a system reset to reset the screen. The whole screen moves to the right, and then you see garbage characters, and it resets. Because it's literally what they're doing is they're not turning off the display memory before they make changes to it, so you get to see all the garbage. On a another similar one, which again even less people would know about, is and you can see over my shoulder, I have an arcade machine in here, a gauntlet machine. When you reset an actual arcade machine, because it's an embedded, thing, they don't care about being nice about it. So when you power it up, and again, I think most people our age would definitely know this. If you go into an arcade and you reset a machine, which a lot of us did to try to reset the high scores, then you would end up seeing the first screen is actually a lot of different graphic garbage on the screen because it's testing memory and it's flushing the memory out. And all the different character sets and sprites and everything are all being displayed on the screen. And
mm.
it's really a legitimate test, but they didn't have to send it to the monitor. And so anyway, that's what's going on there. It's an artifact of a methodology of rewriting the video display.
I just saw the comment from Allium about the weirding dress. Yes, Usul no longer needs the weirding dress. That gave
Okay.
great pleasure. Anyway, yeah.
Yep.
So,
So
were we about to do something else before I mentioned the chaos weapons or the chaos
no,
model?
no, actually, go ahead. Well, we want to give out prizes, and then yes,
Okay.
please take center stage on the chaos items because this is the thing. Obviously, we need to. Sorry, guys, but we have to sell you stuff. we want to keep making the game. So, we definitely want to talk about the chaos items and how they are currently special bonus items that you get if you buy 10,000 or kodos, you get the sword, and if you buy 6,000 kodos, you get the shield. So we'll talk about that. So let's give out prizes.
Okay, let me see if I can get back to where that is. Hold on.
Okay.
Ah. Okay, so shall I say the prize this time?
Sure. That sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so we have to start with the prize being two sets of the bunny ears as well as the slippers, bunny slippers,
Yep.
and these go to
Voucher Sombre and Keyman.
excellent. And now we have a giant brown rabbit decoration pet. Those go to.
Torque and Ian Berry.
We have the stone dungeon hall with the breakaway wall, the T intersection that we just worked on, and that goes to.
Rhyme and Cetos the Second.
And then we have the very cool looking large cherry pavilion, goes to
Astria. That's probably not right, but yeah.
Australia.
Yeah, okay. And Zadian or Zadian.
And by the way, we're both assuming how these are pronounced. So,
Of course, yeah, yeah.
whether we're right or wrong, we could be totally wrong, both of us.
It's
And then we
all
have
part of the fun.
it is. We have the Elven two-story globe village home going to
Diablo Team and Wolfred Howig. Howeg.
congratulations,
Yep.
Howig. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
folks.
All right.
By the way, it is 7:30. Just so you all know,
Yes. Yes, it is. Yep.
we are insane for going this long. Sorry
Yeah.
about that, folks.
Yeah. No, I'm sure they're not upset about it. Otherwise, they'd just leave. But
Well,
the
speaking
sorry
of
about it
that,
is you. Say thank you for staying for so long.
speaking of that, why are we in an empty Castle Atos? How did that happen?
Oh, because we have both you and I are patched up to the current patch level that they don't have yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so we go into a new instance. The game inherently tries to match players up to the same game instance that is on the same client version.
But
Um,
you were in there with them before. How
oh,
did you?
here's how you do it. You go up to your friends list, find somebody who's in Castle Atos, right click on them, and zone to player, which is a GM feature. And then now this will load me into the same scene, but in the instance where all those players are. And you could do the same thing, follow me, or
Oh, so again, so I right click on which now,
right click. Click on your friend list.
which is social.
Yep. And then right click on any of the people who say that they're in Castle Atos,
Oh, okay.
and then choose zone to player.
Ah, okay. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, that kind of freaked me out. Again, this shows you all how very not often I actually get in and go play, which is a shame. I should do it more because I love seeing the stuff and I love seeing people interact with it. But I've just, things are time is not on my side all the time, as
Yeah.
you all well know. Oh,
So so
there's the
tell
people.
yeah. So tell me about these chaos things. What are they?
So the chaos items and why? Why did I choose to go this route? So one of the things I wanted to do, and by the way, there's meant to be a fourth chaos item, but we've decided to lump
Oh,
it in with a
well,
different item.
third and fourth. They don't know about the third one yet.
Yeah, there is
Yeah.
a third and fourth. Okay, so yeah, there's actually a third and fourth chaos item, but we won't talk about those things right now. Um, Instead, we'll talk about the fact that the reason why there'll be those will be presented possibly in some other sets once I get some other stuff done. Is that, and here to try to do this, I want to. How do I share my screen again? Let me see if I can do this. Like, what's the easiest way to share my screen? Would I be doing it on the actual?
Oh, yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I can. If you share your screen on the meeting, then I will maximize the meeting so that way they could see.
Okay, so I'll present now, and I'll present entire screen and say share, and then I will get out of here.
Yeah, and I need to before you do go too much further. I gotta. remember how to hide, change layout, spotlight, go
How to hide
away.
all the, the whip mistress art that is just
Yeah,
covering both of our monitors at any
right,
point.
right, exactly. So I think this is the best I'm gonna get. So let me get this in here and do that. Not perfect, but it should be good. Okay, you're good.
Okay, good. And hopefully you all are seeing the little thing I have up here. I actually have a version of it. The ones that appear in the game that people can hang on their wall are done in Runic. But in this case, these are I have versions of them that are in English, just for the sake of kind of talking about them and making sure people kind of understand what the connections are supposed to be. And so, for those of you all, or who of course are old school, are very familiar with the old principles of truth, love, and courage, which are in our game in Shroud of the Avatar, are associated also with the Titans Boreas, Sequana, and Granus, which Boreas is for truth, Sequana is love, and Granus is courage. And those symbols being the book, the candle, and the bell. Which, by the way, if you're familiar with the old days and with actual elements of Bewitched, and then the movie that Bewitched, the series Bewitched came from, which I believe maybe the name of it was Bell, Book, and Candle. But those are very old magic symbols, bell, book, and candle. Basically, those things were used for all the rituals. And so when Richard originally made up the concept of the three principles of truth, love, and courage, he picked the bell, book, and candle to be symbols representing those things, with the book, of course, being truth, love being kind of like the flame, the candle flame, warm and inviting, and then courage being the bell that rings and kind of reminds you of your duty and kind of bolsters your courage on the field of battle, that that rings true, right? And so out of those come honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, spirituality, and humility, right? The eight virtues which we all know and love well from the old days, with Shroud being the spiritual successor to the Ultimate Games, which of course focus in and hone in on those virtues as being the aspects that are often dealt with in the game and are defended and are brought back to life again when they have failed and things of that kind. Honesty, compassion, and valor being directly aligned with truth, love, and courage. Whereas justice is sort of the combination of truth and love. Sacrifice is love and courage together. Honor is courage and truth together. And spirituality being truth, love, and courage combined. And humility actually being based on none of them, because the humble person doesn't necessarily focus on how good they are at the other virtues. They themselves are humble. They show humility. Now, why is this important? It's because Richard at one point in time wanted to expand that into something that captured the essence of what good and evil is and isn't. Because in the past, a lot of people assumed that chaos meant bad, and the principles, which were honesty, compassion, valor, and the rest, meant good and goodness. But that's actually not what Richard intended, not from the very beginning. So chaos, was always seen as evil and wickedness and corruption and things like that. But that really wasn't what it was meant to be. The principles were meant to represent essentially order, right? And chaos was meant to be the lack of order, right? That doesn't necessarily make one evil. It just means that you do not follow an ordered path. Now, you will see that the principles and the virtues do have their opposites from a standpoint um, of what the truly evil forces in our game represent, which is deceit, despite, discard, dastardly acts, injustice, punishment, dishonor, and carnality, and vanity being the opposite of humility. But truth, love, and courage as well. The three principles have an opposite of falsehood, hatred, and cowardice. Now, why do we even have those? Well, because those became things that became the focus of the Kabbalists in our game, obviously, right? And the Kabbalists in our game and all those things that are opposite of the principles is not to say that that they are chaos or that chaos is aligned with them. It's just chaos is the lack of the order that comes with the principles, or that allows the principles to be sort of organized into something that can be perceived on a chart like this one. Chaos is ultimately free will without order imposed upon it. Now, when I say free will, I'm not talking about sort of like the current modern day, kind of the religification of the idea of free will or the lack thereof. In this case, free will, what it's talking about is the freedom to act of one's own accord. It's free action. It's basically freedom and liberty. And so we're talking about liberty being the ability to both have free will and to make free choices without being constrained and that being made impossible. And so what you'll see on the square down in the middle, and this is again part and parcel to my reason for wanting to kind of showcase chaos for a while without it necessarily being associated directly with Darkstar. Chaos as a construct and the principles with their attendant um, virtues as a construct as well. But what is that construct in the greater milieu of things? So imagine that even though it's on that square there, imagine that if you kind of turned it on its corner and ethos was on top and dominion was on the bottom. And now imagine that spinning around animus with the spindle having ethos as a point at the top on one case and dominion on the bottom. That's where you're going to get your true good and evil. Because ethos, which has the symbol of ethical hedonism, right? Ethos just means you get the things you want, but you get those things without hurting other people. Basically, you get the things you want, need, and desire, but you do so in an ethical manner. And all of that is possible at the top of that spindle of goodness, right? Whether you are enjoying living a life of chaos or whether you're enjoying living a life of principles, whether you're living a life without order or you're living a life that has order and structure attached to it. But the order and the structure or the chaos, those two things are neither good nor evil. They're a way of how you live your life and how you choose to do the things you do. They are the ultimate choices that you make that are a part of the free will that you have and the freedom that you have to make those choices, right? And the more freedom that you have, right, and this is all based around the idea of the animus, who you are. The animus is of life, right? It's the life force itself, guided by the inclusion of freedom and free will. The more you have that, and the more you add that to either chaos or the principles, the more ethos is served, the more goodness is served, right? An ethical life, whether you're chaotic or whether you're ordered and principled. And and so the more you have free will and the freedom of choice and the freedom of action, right? Basically, the more you have uh, uh, actual freedoms, then the more ethical the choices you can potentially make. Whereas, and the outcomes become more ethical. There's more ethos is served by adding free will and the life force. But the moment that things like death and the exclusion of free will, those start detracting, right? You get the exclusion of free will and freedom of choice, then whether you're chaotic or principled, the further you slide down toward the bottom of that spindle toward dominion. And dominion is domination of will. It is basically our world, the our world's version of fascism. It is essentially taking absolute control, and all freedoms are stripped away, all rights are stripped away, and you now live under the thumb of dominion, which in our game takes the form of the Kabbalists as sort of like almost like a chaotic version of it in a way, but it also takes the form of the more lawful, right? Because they have their principles. It's the seven kind of principles of the obsidian order, and those seven tenets of the obsidian order are absolutely meant for them to achieve dominion, because those are basically their form of principles and order, but their order strips away um, uh, the principles, and it strips away free will, and now it creates their own horrid version of those things, which are entirely meant to dominate others, and so they become the fascists of our game. So as not to belabor the point, my goal in creating chaos, the chaos stuff, was because I wanted to showcase the idea that that is outside the constraints of either good or evil. And so the purpose of the chaos stuff, which by the way will at some point, if I have my druthers, will have an attendant set of principled objects as well, meaning that these are you know uh, these are the ordered as opposed to the disordered things that have like weird and freaky spells and powers and things that don't make sense. That's what the idea of the chaos stuff is supposed to be, and it's supposed to make use of that chaos symbol as well. And then you have the principles that are the intertwined three constructs of truth, love, and courage, which are represented by those three circlet things that are intertwined like that. And so eventually, I hope to make objects that have those things as well, to kind of, players that enjoy chaos might enjoy having those chaos weapons or the chaos shield or the other chaos objects that I'm making. And then the ones that like to embrace the principles of truth, love, and courage, and loved the idea of living life where they go down the path of honesty, compassion, valor, or a combination thereof, might keep some of those same items, but in the form that has those wonderful, that wonderful little symbol on it, emblazoned on the shield, possibly spinning as well or moving. The chaos symbol kind of goes counterclockwise, whereas the symbol of the principles might slowly rotate clockwise. You know, chaos one might be faster and look more frenetic, whereas the principles might be slower and more clockwork-like in its look. So that's why I'm kind of like looking at these things, because I really, that's one thing that Richard always kind of wanted, and he wanted to strip away the idea of them being associated with good or evil, and instead just it's the way you want to live your life, ordered versus disordered, and it gives you pleasure either way, whichever you choose. And so, these things are meant to be weapons that kind of, or not weapons, but items in general that kind of espouse that interest and that desire to kind of, uh, show that that is the path that you've taken in life, in this case, for our game. And there you have it. That's pretty much it. We've talked about this before, and um, we've seen these things. So that uh, there are the virtues, but then here's the Kabbalistic version of these as well. And falsehood, hatred, cowardice, deceit, despise, to start. Of course, all these things align with the broken the broken moon fragments and the moon pieces that orbit the world in this new and shattered time, with the Kabbalists having power and the remnants of the ancient Obsidian order still poisoning parts of the world. So anyway, that's why these things exist: the anti-principles and the anti-virtues, and the concordant diagram that shows what these things mean in the greater milieu. And oh, and by the way, just as a fun thing to look at real quickly, uh, the uh, the the stuff I was showing you earlier, or mentioning earlier, about let's see if I can find it real quickly, uh, about the dungeons. Where are they? Oh yeah, I'm looking. By the way, I'm using a thing called Earthen View, which is really, it's a very useful tool to kind of look at stuff and actually observe art. But where is, oh, user S Jones? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so under Soda Post, and by the way, most of you all, some of you all from the old days might have even seen these posts way back in the day. These are all the developmental posts that show, like, when I went through the process of creating things back when I was a little more, had more time on my lap to actually create a lot of really cool posts. I would do posts about all this kind of stuff. So Findora's Tablet of Finding and the geothermal power and harps and such. But one of the things that I'd mentioned is that in the early days, when we were looking at stuff like the sewers and things like that, uh, in the earliest days, the caverns, for instance, really show it. These are all the things you got. You got the prefab hallway pieces, small and large, right? And then you also got the stairs, ramps, and prefab rooms. And for a while, it's like, yeah, that's all we need. We don't need anything else. We're all good, you know. And these came from concepts of like, oh, it'd be nice if they, you know, it seems simple, but really there's all kinds of cool stuff you get to look at along the way. And oh yeah, here's how they're made. And oh look, here's me using those all those basic pieces, which you can see over there. And we then added like the 5 or 6 actual room pieces that you can make, any size room out of. So what you're looking at right there and on the upper right are all the pieces that we originally gave for the people to make dungeons out of. And we thought, well, that's just plenty. See, we'll never need any more than that. And then along came Richard, because Richard went, "What? You're mad. We need so much more than that." And we're like, "Oh, well, what do you mean? And are you sure? Because already we're talking about a lot of stuff that we need to do." And like, no, no, we need to have cave, water, and we need to have rivers, and we need to have a whole bunch of other stuff. And we need to be able to have like multi-level rooms that have cool stuff in the walls where we put skeletons. So of course, obviously, and here's like the early fumaroles that I made and stuff. Again, these are all proof of concept, so we know we're making them right and we're lighting them right and we have cool stuff going on in them. And oh, this will be, so the more and more elaborate we realized we needed to do, especially the natural caverns, then the more we actually got this stuff kind of done, and the happier we were about it too, because we wanted to see cool stuff. But you saw how basic it was in those days. So I did an updated post later on, and suddenly we're like, oh God, and there's our cavern set. And you see how it exploded, and it exploded so we could have multi-level rooms, and we could have really the breakaway wall. Here we go. Oh, we want to have a breakaway wall that leads into the dungeon. Oh, okay. Or it leads into a cavern. Okay, I guess then, okay, that's what we'll do. And so those early days with that breakaway wall were really just a proof of concept to show that we could have a cool thing that would take us between one cavern area and another. And so you can kind of see there how all those things worked in those early days. And we made sure they worked well and were lit well, and were exciting and all that other good stuff, right? So we didn't, we were, it was pie in the sky time, right? Who cares? We'll have a billion things if necessary, because Richard really wanted to see us go whole hog. But then we get to a point where we realize, oh my God, uh, maybe we've gone too far, right? Because now this is currently what our dungeon set looks like, and all the sets, the sewers and the caverns had to match, because it's not like we didn't need these pieces, and once we realized we needed them, we had to make those pieces for every single set in the game. So if you're looking at that, even though it doesn't necessarily look like a lot, each one of these things have to have LODs, each at least 3 layers of LODs. Each one of these things has to have their own special set of either floor, ceiling, or wall decoration layers, right? So that you can actually decorate them. And then sometimes special rooms had to be built so that they could be put together really quickly. And oh yes, you fight down there, you do whatever. So prefabricated rooms, prefabricated areas that were like a room that actually was a piece that sat in a bigger room, so it turned into an upraised floor, and oh, now it needs to have something that goes to the layer above that. And even the pieces up on the upper left that look like long wall pieces, those are actually 4 pieces put together that are the different stages of what the wall looks like as you break them away. So that's all like the 4 different breakaway wall pieces, showing the different stages. Because if you stop in the middle of breaking a wall away and just leave it the way it is, it has to have its own 3 different sets of LODs and its different decoratable things and all the other stuff that goes with it. So something that only looks like maybe 120 pieces very quickly balloons into 800 and something assets that have to be managed. And that is why they're all put under one, because it's easier to manage 800 assets if they're all in the same file, or so we thought, than trying to handle them as individual assets, all named individually in individual files. But boy, were we wrong, because of course, as things changed, the code no longer was as happy with the way we originally had to do it or thought we had to do it, as it became later with having individual files for each thing. So there you go. That's pretty much what I wanted to show you guys. We'll leave any other cool stuff for another day.
And there is plenty of cool stuff. All right, I'm
Yes.
gonna pull this back down.
And here, I'll stop sharing.
Yep, get us back to the. And I gotta change the thing to not spotlight you again. No, tile.
Did I? Okay. It looks like I stopped sharing. Am I good?
Yeah,
Hopefully everyone got to see that.
yeah. Okay. Yep, you're good. Okay. Of course, we have another prizing to do, so I'm gonna start pulling those out. I sent a thing in. Um, I sent a warning in the game, so I will start doing the prize drawings now. Get that done, and of course, I don't think that we're going to be here for another hour, so this we're starting to get towards wrapping things up. I think we've touched on most of the stuff. Let me do the mandatory. Oh, look at it, night. It's very nice to sword and shield. Um, so gotta do a little pay the bills type of stuff here. Do that. Okay, good. All right. So again, if I was a better marketer, I'd be talking about this stuff like every 20 minutes or something. But I don't really want to, overdo it. Not. I don't. Too salesy is too salesy. You know what I'm saying? But so a couple of things here, right? So again, if you want to get these items, the Chaos Shield and the Chaos Sword, you need to purchase a 10,000 Kodo pack for the sword and a 6,000 Kodo pack for the shield. You could buy as many of those packs as you want, and you'll get one sword for each pack and one shield for each pack for the appropriate packs. You have to claim them in game to be eligible to get the bonus item. The bonus item is not delivered with the Kodos. We will be delivering the bonus items sometime before the next release, so by the end of the month, and um, that gives us time to do a little bit more tweaking on it. So, like Sky was talking about, we have to do some final testing for clipping and things like that. See if we need to resize that shield a little, or whatever, and then that way, that gives us that window. Um, but if you want these items, they're only available through those website Kodo Pack purchases. Once the sale is over, then they will not ever, 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 ever be offered again. Meaning that they will not be prizes on live streams. They will not be put into the crown shop. They will not be put into the what the hell is the name of that stupid rare thing that we got going on in there? The vault. Um, None of that will ever happen. And as opposed to previous stuff, well, that's again, this is new. We're as far as management of the game and everything. We are not Portalarium. We are not, previous iterations of things. So we are not going to change those things. In fact, I am in the process of reorganizing the project that will have a folder structure specifically for all of the, and marketing term would be the ultra rares. So these shields and stuff, and this is kind of relevant, Scott, for us, is that the assets and the prefabs are going to be shifted from our normal storage structure where we normally put things, so to keep them complete. Like that way, it's really obvious that if I get run over by a bus, whatever, yeah, future devs, anybody we bring on board doesn't say, oh, that looks cool, and there's no other version of it, so let's go. No, 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 no,
Hmm.
no alternates, no recoloring. We're not going to, I mean, obviously we reserve the right to use the mesh and do things to make it part of something else, but it would not resemble the items that we give out as these bonus items, in any significant way. So Because like in the past we would say, well, we recolored a thing, so it's not the thing. No, I'm not going to do that. Not for these items. These specific items are there's only so many of them in the game, and that's the number that it will be. And of course, these items can be patterned. And of course, just so in case anybody not doesn't know, if you want to make a pattern out of an item, you have to destroy the item. And then it, of course, becomes a pattern that you could apply. Meaning, if you have a shield that you really love because it has great stats on it, but you want the visuals of this chaos shield, then you could break the chaos shield down, make a pattern, and apply it to the other shield. And then you'll get the bonuses from that shield, and you'll get the visuals from this shield. Same thing for other stuff. Now, the point of this is, and again, players wouldn't have the visibility to know how many, but the more people who break them out into patterns, that means the less of these physical items are left. Because once you break it down into pattern, you can't display it as deco. So
Mm.
that's it. So, and I happen to know, I mean, I run numbers, and I will tell you that we started this with the anniversary cloak last year. Well, no, year before. Yeah, year before. So in 2023, the end of 2023 was the first whatever, first occurrence of an ultra rare, and that was kind of like literally just an ad hoc thing, and we put it together. And as we Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being told that you can place pattern items as deco, so they retain the pattern. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we had a problem with that book. All right, I take that back. Sorry about that. I'm not thinking. But we've made other things like uh, the cloak, which initially didn't have a pattern. Because my thought process on that was, no, it's a rare item. You don't want to make a pattern, but then it's like, oh well, if they make the pattern, it's not changing the number of items in the game and all that type of stuff. So um, anyway, the way I look at it is that, and I guess this is why I was thinking that way, that if you make it into a pattern, even though you could still display it someplace, it's not really the item. So the actual number of the true original items left in the game is reduced, making those items even rarer. So anyway, with all that said, this helps support the game. We have subscriptions, and we have things that we sell on the website. Currently, the website mainly we sell is the in-game currency, Crowns of the Ascidians. And then there's some things you could buy extra character slots on the website, and you can buy episode 2, and there's something else. I can't remember what the third thing is. But that's about it. We used to have everything in the game was up for dollars on the website. Well, not we, but Portalarium shifted it all into the game when decided to go free to play and change that footprint. Um, so one of the things that we're going to be doing going forward is specific things will be put up on the website for cash sale, and that will be like these houses that we're talking about. So any new houses that we make will go up on the website. Now the prices are not going to be Portalarium prices. I am not doing that. So obviously they'll be scaled and such and appropriate for different sizes, things along those lines. But obviously there's a benefit to us to actually have you guys purchase the stuff on the website instead of using in-game currency. And we will just make sure that it's at a reasonable number, not something horrible. We're starting out with row houses, so they're not going to be very expensive at all. But I also have plans during live streams that I will be opening the web shop, the cash shop, for a range and or maybe even all the items. I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. But I've been working with Taslo, and I have to update the website because there's geez, I don't know, 6 years worth of items that are not available on the website because they're just not there. So a lot of inventory control has to be done. But I my point here, before I get too far off of it and lose you guys, is that if during a live stream, my intention is to put things up on the website for sale at a deep discount. So meaning that, like, obviously during our live streams, typically, I'm not really thrilled about the fact that every release we put things on sale, so the sales are predictable, but uh, that's how it is right now. The live stream, the Kodos are on sale for 20% off, as they are right now. And the web store, I'm sorry, the Crown Store in game is the sales for the Crown Store are set to be 30% off instead of the normal 20% off sales. And of course, those sales are only for a handful of items. The rest of the store is not affected by that. So what I want to do is I want to get to a point where we're doing a live stream and we could just say, hey, you know what? Let's go put this on sale. And I could literally just bang, 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 boom. And then up on the website, that item is now up there and I'll do it 50% off. That type of thing. Obviously, got to work out numbers for whatever the items are, but that's the idea. So a deeper discount, and so it would it would make more sense to go buy it on the website at that moment than to spend crowns on it, because then you could use your crowns on stuff that you know isn't on sale. So anyway, long stories. So the point is that if you want to support the game, buying stuff on the website, buying stuff in the crowns shop with crowns that you buy on the website, or subscribe to the game are the absolute primary ways to support the game and make sure that we have the resources to continue development.
Yeah, very important, by the way. And by the way, I wanted to add something to that real quickly, from a standpoint of like resource, because there was a question that Steiny LLTS asked, which was, can we get a high-res version of the Virtue posters so that we can print them out, or some other way for them to have like a poster or some other kind of thing. And I wanted to mention that there was at one point in time where we were providing one of the people that worked with us to sell products that were associated with the game in a separate store, where you could get things like mugs and posters and art and other things, T-shirts and things like that. And I myself am not sure where we're at with that kind of stuff, but I do know that we still want to be able to provide ways for people to get things like a real version of the stuff that they might hang in their house in the game, and that could include high-res versions of those virtue symbols that I mentioned as posters and other such art like that. And I'll have to talk with Ravalox about that later, or Stephen, you might have something to say about that kind of offering. For a while it was done through one group. Now there's another group that we talked to about it, and I'm not sure where all that's at as far as them getting physical objects, physical merch, basically.
Right, right. Yeah, no, that's something we could talk about offline at this point.
Okay.
But
But I
yep,
wanted to bring up that we did that at one point. We might do that again, and that may be because we're not really giving out or making available, to my knowledge, high-res versions of our art for the sake of people printing out their own stuff. I don't know, but there might be a way to get your hands on that kind of thing later if we can get a merch store like that back up and running again, even through ourselves, because I would like to make things like that available to you guys. I really would. And a question was asked, by the way, earlier about the sword, the Chaos Sword, and how to get their hands on it, things like that. But one of the things that was asked was, will there be a two-handed version of it available? And that goes hand in hand with the question I was asked about someone said that, wow, that's a wide blade for a rapier. And so I wanted to talk about that. It is meant to be a rapier, so you'll never see a two-handed version of it. At the most, there might be, I added extra length to the hilt to make it sort of a hand and a half kind of thing. Um, but the idea with it is because this kind of thing, this kind of rapier that I did this time is meant to be a wider blade rapier that's often used for cutting and as well as thrusting, and it's sometimes referred to as a war rapier or a broad-bladed rapier. And There's some historical rapiers, particularly those used in the 30 Years' War, that were featured. They featured kind of a relatively wide blade that was mounted on a typical rapier hilt, which made them suitable for cutting and thrusting. And the broad-bladed rapier, the basically simply describes a rapier with a blade that's wider than the typical narrow kind of whip-like rapier that bends a lot. These were not really meant to bend as much, and the typically narrow rapiers were meant pretty much primarily for thrusting to give the killing blow. Whereas this kind of sword, in modern terms, it's called an arming sword, which is broader cut and thrust blades. With or without complex hilts, right? But a rapier is usually for the thrusty, narrow blades that we're all used to, with a very complex hilts. And uh, there was also the Cavalier rapier, which was kind of a high status military sidearm, and it was heavy enough to be used for the from a mount, and used for cutting down less armored enemies. Uh, but yeah, so this is technically the term for this is a war rapier or a broad bladed rapier, and hopefully you all enjoy those. I'm still. You said, Stephen, that there's still going to be a little bit of work need to be done to make sure that the purple color comes through on the rapier. Because yeah, I'm not seeing it right now, but I guess that's something we're fixing.
Right. Well, this just says that's a shader code that has to be looked at.
Okay,
And it affects other weapons as well. Now, of course, this sword can be placed into the other hand. You just can't have the shield and the sword at the same time.
right.
If that was the case. So let me see a second here. Um, there and boom, and so there. Now, go away. So sadly, the lighting I have right now is not as good. But let me get down here and yeah, get in a spot where I could see it. Damn it. Yeah, there you go. So now you can see the purples in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, because you switched hands.
Right.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I don't. That makes me very sad inside that merely switching hands allows it to be invoked. Whereas, in the other hand, the normal hand that you would have if you had a shield. Yeah, it's too bad we can't flip back and forth. I mean, I'm assuming that the same thing that would have been done for to allow the sword to flip back and forth could have been done with a shield as well. But I don't think they got that far with it all.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see what we could do there. So going back into my we have the pricing to do for this last hour, and wanted to finish off with my closing speeches here. The um, the subscriber rewards. So there are three tiers of subscriber rewards. I'm trying to scroll up so I got the verbiage directly in front of me. Don't want to say anything wrong here. Okay, so there are three different levels of subscription. There's $9 a month, $18 a month, and $27 a month. These are all optional. Um, and what they get you is the $9 will get you 900 kodos, so it's basically a one for one. And on the website, I think the smallest one we sell is like 750 kodos for $10. So $9 for 900 is already a discount. $18 for 2,000 kodos is again a discount, and $27 for 3,500 kodos is even, it's a scaled thing. So you get that, and you also get for $9 you get the three potions of obsidian potions. 18 is 6 obsidian potions, and 27 is 9 obsidian potions every month. And that those come in a choose bag, so you could choose which of the obsidian potions you want to use, and there's a whole range of different things that those potions do. And in addition to that, then you get there's a title that you get that I believe is quarterly, and there's also a die pack reward that comes, and I believe it's quarterly. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. So basically, if you want to go look at that, go to the store menu item on the website, and you'll see a link there to go look at the subscriptions, and it'll give all the details for all three levels, and that will help us. So um, we're yeah, subscriptions, and then buying the Kodos. And in this case, if you buy the Kodos, you get the bonus items. The sale goes until the end of the, and I want to say six, but let me see. Uh, yeah, the end of the sixth, right? Yes, through the sixth. So at the end of the sixth, that's a Sunday. We will uh, take the sales down, and the bonus item offer ends with the sale. And as I said, sometime between then and the end of the release is when we will deliver the bonus items. Get that all going and done. So as far as marketing is concerned, and I'm just going to put this in here, um, that obviously we're not we're you know we have enough money to pay the resources that we have now. We want to get more resources. We want to expand the game. We definitely are seeing new players come in, and welcome, and we're retaining new players, and we're seeing old players come back. So this is great too. Uh, until we get to a point where we could actually more aggressively market, um, obviously, word of mouth is the best solution here. I will say that I have seen some positive things being said in places where positive things were not said before. I'm leaving it there, being generic on purpose. So,
How
uh,
wonderfully vague.
yeah, but those who know, which is probably everybody in this room, know. So there you go. But the one thing I will definitely state is that the one lingering thing that'll never go away unless we pull the game off that system is Steam, which we will not pull the game off the system. So nobody get scared, nobody get riled up. Um, there are people out there who just rely on Steam numbers, and they go looking and say, "Oh, it says the maximum number of players who played the game in the last 90 days is 13," and obviously it's completely wrong. Anybody who logs into the game can see that that's wrong. And the bottom line there is that because Portalarium issued the game as not as a Steam exclusive, right? So that's basically one of the things that a lot of games would do is say, well, it's available on Steam, and then that's the only way you could get it. And then there are other MMOs out there who created their own launchers, or if they're on the Epic launcher or they're on the, and so what Portalarium decided to do was to make the game directly available as well as go on Steam, and that strategy will be discussed to the end of time. But basically, that's where we are. So most, geez, 99 point something of our players directly download the game from our website and play without Steam. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, everybody has an opinion about Steam. I'm not a big fan of Steam, but I don't think that they're uh, I don't think it's a horrible, evil, negative thing. Like some other game company out there that we know that owns Ultima. But the I don't feel a need to use it if I don't have to. So that's the way I go. So I'm logging in directly. I don't need to use Steam for that. And in fact, I don't even own Shadow of the Avatar on Steam. It's not in my library. Um, we won't go into other stuff about that, but because Steam actually, if you were to look at my profile, Steam actually gives me credit for playing Shadow of the Avatar. It shows hours, because Steam's client is not smart enough to know when I'm running it through Steam and not running it through Steam. But of course, I don't have it installed through Steam, so I don't run it through Steam at all. And yet, it's got tons of hours against it. It counts hours. I get credit for playing Shadow of the Avatar when I'm actually writing code for Shadow of the Avatar because it thinks Unity is Shadow of the Avatar. So there you go. Um, anyway, whatever. Point being that folks out there, obviously, have gone on for, I don't know, 10 years that the game is dead. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe let's say 8 years. We'll be comfortable and say 8 years, saying that the game's dead. It's not going anywhere, whatever. So obviously, here we are, still here, still working on the game, still expanding it, still working on major content and minor content. Obviously, the major content is taking longer than you would anybody would want it to, for us want it to, but it's still being done, and we will not go away. Um, that's one thing Chris said when he was, still in the captain's chair. That it doesn't matter what happens, it's not going to be tabula rasa. We're not going to take the game away. It's not going to be other games out there that they go offline and then that's the end of it. You don't have access to it or anything like that. So we will keep the game going no matter what happens. And right now we're fine. We have data center. We have two data centers. There's one in Europe and there's one over here in Austin. And there's no reason for us to not continue doing everything we're doing and expand the game. With all that said, please support us, obviously, if you like the game. And if you like the game, please tell your friends. Let everybody know how much improved the game has been in actually the live, Jesus, it's been 6, 7 years. It's obviously, and I'm speaking for myself, I consider it to be a lot more stable than it was. And obviously, the stuff we talked about in the beginning of the stream here today also indicates how much that we are digging into everything and improving the game. So we will continue to add new stuff, and we will continue to improve, fix bugs, and improve the systems and performance and all that neat stuff. So that way the game survives for another 10, 11 years as it has so far. So thank you,
Yeah,
everybody, for being a fan and sticking with us and supporting the game.
absolutely, absolutely. It does my heart good to see folks still enjoying it, and as things change for me, and I myself still want to see people hanging around because I myself want to become more active in it and become more involved in things, both this year and in the years following. So yeah, please stick around for us. We would love to stick around for you. Just like that person is now sticking their head directly into the cement right beside me. Sophronia Gray Malkin. Nice. Well,
Cool.
do we have another prizing to give out? Is that right?
Yep, that's right. We have a prizing to do, and then we're just in complete wrap-up mode. Um, I have more to do tonight myself when we go offline. I still have to post our monthly update on our official Facebook page, and I still have yet to do more configuration stuff to figure out for other social media that we want to do. But I've been talking to somebody. Again, I'm not going to say a name, but I've been talking to somebody about community and marketing stuff. And it would be a name that people would recognize if I said it out loud, but I'm not going into at this moment. We're too early into anything. But at minimum, I'm going to be consulting with them and seeing what we could do about organizing at least some minimal marketing that we could afford to do right now. The more players that we have get into the game, the more marketing we can do, and I definitely want to dedicate some money and time to getting some exposure.
Yeah, that would certainly be good for us for sure.
Yeah.
And like Sir Frank said, the game is dead. Long live the game.
There you go. Yeah,
Hey,
it's
love
gone
it.
through a number of rebirths. To be honest with you, and I think we're doing a good job with moving us forward into a new era. So there you go.
And there's still so much to explore. I mean, my goodness, I've been working on this game myself for so long, and yet I constantly am overjoyed by seeing cool new things that I haven't seen done or used, or places that have been worked on that I haven't been privy to. So there's so much to explore. I mean, even on those rare occasions when I have a chance to visit with guests that have been playing for years, even they talk about how, oh yeah, I've never actually been down to see that, or I've never gone through that dungeon. I'm like, really?
Yep. Yep.
And because
Yeah.
these are things that I labored on and worked for like months to making the game, and there's still content out there that players who've been here for years still haven't seen. So yeah, I would love to see people look through those stuff and actually see stuff that I work so hard on. It always gives me great pleasure. And yes, we need to wrap it up. So are we ready
Yep.
to do the now? Is it all three of these things that are giving?
Yep.
I'm
I,
giving.
I, I added a bonus prize drawing at the end there
Okay, all right.
because we rambled on a little bit, half an hour later than we should.
And then I have to leave myself
Yeah,
soon.
yeah,
So
yeah. So we're what was it? It was 4.5 hours, guys. Wow.
no, my God. Okay, so very well. You do the name of the objects this time, and I'll do the characters.
Okay, so we have a set of bunny ears and slippers.
These go to the character or the player of the characters. Aidsias Nomis, Pithlet Sharpwing, and Gadfrey Zooks.
Excellent. Okay, and now we have a giant brown rabbit decoration pet.
Those three will be going to Janine Chestnut, to Silver Blood Knight, and to Thor Dasgard.
Excellent. A brand new, freshly revamped, and increasingly awesome stone dungeon hall with breakaway wall, T intersection, player dungeon piece.
That will be going to Azilis, to Dutch Zero, and to Ms. Goofy Best Woman.
Excellent. Cool. And we have a wonderful large cherry pavilion as shown on the live stream today.
Yes, very cool looking. It is Kiara Leclerc who will be receiving one of those, as will Cricket Mossy Curl and Red Hammer.
Cool. Awesome. And our final prize for the stream of a release 136, an Elven two-story globe village home.
Very cool. That will be going to Sail Astra, to Roko, and last but not least, it will be going to Silver Blood Knight.
Woo!
Who has won
Congratulations, everybody.
Yeah, congratulations on the wins. Hopefully you all will enjoy the heck out of those things.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, in closing, keep your eyes open. I'm going to continue working on new dungeon pieces, and the one thing I didn't really touch on, but I won't go into it right now, is the dungeon naming. I touched on that in the newsletter release notes as well. That's the first visible stage for the to the players. Apart from maybe better functionality, we will be standardizing all the player dungeon room names, and getting that stuff done, and then moving forward with filling in holes and things. So lots of stuff to come. It's going to be a very busy year. Thank you everybody for hanging out for almost 5 hours.
Yes,
I
really.
actually, I mean, I know everybody has schedules and stuff. I don't mind if we have stuff to talk about. I absolutely don't mind staying on this long. And the only thing I'm sad about is that Allium wasn't here on air to share it with us. Although she's stuck in the chat and hung out to interact with the players and stuff. So, woo!
Yes, thank you for that. It's always good to have
Yeah.
that backup for sure.
Yep.
And it's always good to have more faces on here as well. But it's not like, well, Stephen and I, we don't want to, we just hate talking, as you know. But anyway, it was great to see everyone. Thank you all for coming in. And as Stephen said, we owe so much to your kindness and generosity. So please stick with us, and you'll see great stuff coming down the road for hopefully years to come. Take care, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye and good night, and fill my gullet with much needed food.
See you
So,
later, guys.
yep. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Bye.